So, hello everyone. Today we're just inviting Krishna to tell us the ComfyUI workflows and show us how to create the visually appealing designs also that contribute to interior and architectural design customized workflows. We have also invited the Krishna like a couple of weeks ago. She just introduced us how does the ComfyUI works and how can we use it as designers. But today will be an intense training program that will just quickly show the current works she is doing, and from the tomorrow we will also begin to the hands-on explorations. She is joining us from Dubai right now, so I will just pass the microphone to her. Thank you for again accepting our invitation to my lab.
Thank you, Celine. Hello, everyone. My name is Krishna. Welcome you all. I'm an interior architect. I'll keep my introduction very small. I'm an AI enthusiast, and since 2023 November, I started looking at several options to make sure that I am updated with all the AI workflows that could help us designers to achieve the results in more efficient way. On other hand, I wanted to make sure that initially you just write the prompt and we used to get the images, but the main idea was not to only explore the concept, but to make sure that it's under our control in order to get the most outcome that we could get through it. And today we are at stage where I could say, though it's rapidly changing, I would say improvising. So far, in my experience, stable diffusion works, I would say, better for the use cases that we apply in our design studio, just because it's not a matter of still image or a render that usually any AI could do, or we can pull off the reference images from the internet. But the idea is to know the workflow behind it, because when you know the process, that's how each model is understanding the outcome and the instruction that you want to achieve. When you are part of that process, it becomes really easy to understand and control it and get most out of this tool, rather than just waiting and then quickly you get some there are some amazing images that you don't expect, the amazing concept which comes out, but at the end, if it's for your client, for your project, you want to make sure that it's personalized based on your project demand. ComfyUI is not a separate tool than the stable diffusion. It's just an interface. So if you all are aware of automatic 1111, initially that was got into the limelight, where you had that one screen, you just scroll down and change the checkpoints and some control and parameters, and you have to wait till you get the image. If any error comes, again, you have to go back and check the script. As a non-coder myself, I would like to see the problem visually rather than looking into those script, because it's hard to understand. Not everyone has the coding background. And that's why I adopted, and again, the results were in my favor, and I started endorsing it more and more. And I would say till date, we are still in process of exploring on daily basis, because this is again rapidly changing. By the time we are talking, I just saw one blog where they have introduced another model called Lumina. So I'm sure everyone had heard about Flux. It's a famous term now. And now they have Lumina, which is working. They're claiming we're gonna explore it. It's downloading by the time I'm talking here live, and see if, because the claim is it really gives the photogenic outcomes when you install that simply as a checkpoint. So without further ado, I would like to jump and share my screen. And I request everyone to raise your hand when you have any concern, and ask any question and be vocal about it. Yes, we will have by end the question and answer, but as we are going and then we get question, maybe we'll be able to sort out or work together. Pardon if I make any mistake. I'm still learning, guys, as all of you, and I would consider this more of a collaborative research and development thing that we are doing together. So I'm going to share my screen.
Krishna, I think we have like the first hand raisers. Fatih Bey, please go on.
Sure.
Hello.
Hi.
Can I ask about like what's the difference between 1111 stable diffusion model and the ComfyUI web interface?
Sure. Sure. So I would just try to show you.
Like I have downloaded both of them, and but I'm more like close to the ComfyUI.
Yes. So as it says itself, it is all about the interface of it. So it's just how the UX and UI works for it.
Okay.
So that's the only difference. But
Okay.
as I mentioned, I always I tried my hands on automatic 1111, and in between I somehow dropped it because I felt it's so complicated and frustrating when you see the process after a few minutes. If it gets stuck, and then again you have to go back to those script to read it.
Yeah.
As a non-coder, it's overwhelming. Where Comfy seems complicated at the beginning, it is overwhelming for sure for many.
You get better results, right?
Yeah, of course. ComfyUI, again, it's overwhelming, but because as a designer, we know the Grasshopper, even in Blender, Houdini, all this software where you have those node and hence
nodes always.
Exactly.
In the
And
process.
then when you get stuck somewhere, it just simply highlight. And by the way, ComfyUI's manager itself is a node made by community, and it's for me, I always say that it's most advanced thing I see here, because when you get stuck, and if that error is because if something is not installed in your system, it highlights. And then when you go and check into the missing window, it will show you what you don't have. And simply, you have to click, wait for a few minutes, restart.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for your answer. You can still say it. Just finish your
Yeah.
Sorry
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
that was it. So
Thank you so much. I'll jump directly to the
Thank you so much.
interface. Yeah. So this is the ComfyUI. Just a second, Celine. Is someone's mic on or something? I can hear myself twice.
Only mine and your mic is open. I don't see anybody.
Okay. So I'll quickly go through the interface. Those who already know about it, and for few people, if you are using this for the first time, so this is the new interface of ComfyUI. Don't worry or get overwhelmed by looking at all this, just because I want to go through each of the workflow in detail with you guys today. I have opened it all. So the workflow that you see here is a very basic and default one. Again, every time you open your ComfyUI, what you gonna see here is where you stopped last time. So if you were doing something with Flux, let's say if I was doing something here and then I close my Comfy, when I reopen, I'll see this. But you can always close it from the window here, and then it will take you to the default uh, default one. If you don't see that, simply you have to go through the folder, check the example templates, and we will start with this basic image generation. By the way, you see, when I try to open something and if it is not installed in my system, this is what you get. I would not call this an error. This is basically a notification. It says that V1 prune tensors is not in my file, which I can easily click and start downloading. If I know that my checkpoints are different than V1, I can simply cancel it. Okay, before I jump into the workflow, on the left panel, these are the queue renders. So every time you render something, and if let's say you have multiple batch here, you are trying to render it 4 times because you want to see the 4 different option, or you are running 2 different model, the process will show here in the queue. So you're gonna see if it's working when it's completed. The other way to see it is over here at the bottom. The second button is the node library. Now these are the nodes. So this window that you see are called the nodes. There are 2 ways to look into it. When you right click on the blank space, you will see the add node button, and then these are the let's say, I would say, the contributors and developers who have created these nodes for us, and based on the requirement, let's say in painting. So I think everyone would know the term in paint. Simply you have to go, and then they have the option here. So when you click on it, this is what it will appear. That's one way to do it. Once you get your hands on ComfyUI, this needs a little bit more practice than the normal AI that you use. You will know by default that, let's say I want to use the IP adapter. Again, we will go reference. Simply I have to click my left mouse button twice, and then you see this pop out. Just make sure that you are clicking into the blank space. When you click, simply you write what you're looking at, and then it will appear, and then you can get that node by clicking on it. So that's second way to introduce new node to the basic workflow. Model library, a node library, again, is something that every time you read any blog, or let's say I want to jump into one resource, which is CivitAI, and I want to download this way of executing my image. I want that into look like architectural sketch. I can simply download from here, but then you have to have it to the dedicated folder. Otherwise, you won't see the exact result, or you may face the error. So for that, when you download, once the download is done, model is a place where all the checkpoints should go. So you'll be able to see now what all checkpoints I use. I have Stable Diffusion, Real Vision, Flux. These are all checkpoints which goes here. What this area does is, these checkpoints are trained model, which will generate a specific way or style. Again, it is completely different than the LoRa. We will again go back to that. But checkpoint is really important aspects, because if you have heard people talking about, oh, I rendered this in Flux, oh, I rendered this in SDXL, oh, I rendered this in Juggernaut. Basically, they are talking about the different monster. I would state this as monster because, let's say, we don't know where it's coming from. And then those datas are saved here as in a format of a file, which would help you to achieve the result that you are expecting to render. So LoRa's, again, we will go into these details in very short time, but these are the models. So sometime when you open someone else's workflow and you see the error, And if it is not in your model folder, which means all you have to do to resolve your problem is to make sure that model is installed over here. Workflow, initially in your ComfyUI, it may not appear right now. If someone is rejoining from our previous session and have downloaded and used it and saved it, it will automatically get saved here. This is the feature that I recommend most to the people. When you are practicing, try not to simply click and get it ready and try to put your stuff and render. That practice will again make you overwhelmed when you see someone posting something new or any new model comes. Always try to understand the logic behind why this node is in between this prompt and the checkpoint. And when you understand the process and where each node or file should go, that practice will really make you pro and very comfortable to get what you want. One more thing I would like to say is there is no right workflow or no wrong workflow if you are getting the results you want in ComfyUI. By that, I mean, suppose these are the different node doing the same thing. It is called getting to depth. Now, I am trying to see which works the best, and I'm going to close which won't give me the accurate result and stick with one. So the workflow that we're going to share with you is, I would say, the best practice after so many research and development, after so many trial and errors, where we saw the success that this is working really as we desired. We saved it, and that's what we're going to share with you all. So always try to start from scratch, and then try to understand. And then when you are stuck, obviously you can go and look into the template. Initially, when you practice this will become easy. If you are submitting for a project and you have something quickly, this will really work as if you are just using a drag and drop template. Keep your files ready. I'll show you how, and then you can process with it. This is also an amazing way to use. What this nodes map does is whatever is there on my screen, workflows are complicated. It has so many windows and so many things happening. And you again are overwhelmed and you want to see how it is segregated. So when you click on that, it will say, okay, I have K-sampler, which is a render engine. All the process of rendering happens here. This is my checkpoint. Then I have VAE. Then I have empty image. So this is again to resize or give a proper size to your output clip encoder. So every time you add something, let's say I have this workflow, you see I have folders appearing over here. So which will show what all nodes in my workflow are here. So I have LoRa, I have image size, I have used the ControlNet model, I have in painting. I use multiple ControlNet model where one is working with sketch, one is giving me depth. So when you get stuck or when you are again reading someone else's workflow, it is always a better practice to look for this nodes map that will give you an idea of how they have built from. Usually, the more organized you are, again, the more easy it will go. Because when you open a simple workflow, let me just close the extra ones. And if I'm going faster, please let me know. I can slow down, guys. Again, I want this session to be more collaborative. So if you have any concern, please feel free. Okay, so yeah.
Ask something else. Also, like, how can I explain?
Just say.
It will be better, like, to explain each node and then go
Sure.
into node. It's like, how do you say, workflows? Yeah.
Sure.
Because they are like complicated and
Sure.
We should
Sure.
be. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
No, sure. What I'm trying to explain now is just the interface, and
Okay.
then we will go to the workflow. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, so because this is new UI, I want everyone, before the previous one was simpler. When they came up with this, there were two groups debating that why we don't have the classy one, but I was one of the supportive group to have this because it's more transparent. Like if you don't have any help and you're stuck, you're doing something by your own, those are the expose button that you can click and go into detail and then share your issue on the forum or a Discord channel where people will be also able to help you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is one. Now when you are presenting, let's say, and you don't want those neuron looking wires hovering, the only way here is you can close the toggle. So it won't do anything. It will just make your canvas look more clean. Uh, this is again to open. This is zoom in, zoom out. This is fit the view. So again, it will zoom in if you have went so far and you can't zoom in. You can simply put the fit view. This is a select mode. You can pan when you just want to see right and left. With mouse, you can zoom in and zoom out. So these are also important thing that I see helpful. I already explained the queue. This is again important thing, manager. When we again explore the workflow, I'll jump into this one more time. Always try when you open the ComfyUI, always the first thing what I do is to jump into manager and see here, because they will have all the updates. If some new version is released, I make sure that my ComfyUI is updated. Simply update ComfyUI will help you without doing much thing. The reason also to do that, because sometimes the workflows are right, the nodes are in place, it is connected, my checkpoints are in folder, but sometimes you get error of not being that particular model found in your back end. And that's not because of you have made any mistake or the workflow is wrong, just because it's not updated, because sometimes it changes with the new updation. So let it be automatic. And before you shut down, just make sure everything is updated. So at least you won't get the basic errors. And the rest we will discuss further. So now this is the time I will start with explaining the checkpoints from the workflow from scratch. So like any other AI image generative thing, you write the prompt and then you get your result. So same way how this works is, this is your checkpoint. Basically, checkpoints are the pre-trained model. To see the results, let's say you don't know how epic realism looks like. We don't know how the real vision looks like. So there are multiple resources of downloading those models. It won't come all by default. We have to download. But before that, understand that there are models. Initially, I knew 3, and recently they have introduced the new one, which we will again jump into it. Okay, so to download those models, there is a website called Civit AI. All you have to do is, as you can see here, they have model images. Basically, these are two helpful points that I find to use for our purpose. Let's say if I say interior design and search for it, I'm just waiting for the image to download, but you can see from here that it is showing checkpoints SD1. Basically, SD1 is a model. We will come back to LoRa. I won't confuse you with that right now. You can click on it. I'm just waiting for image to download. I think the internet is running slow today.
Yeah, probably you're downloading something else at the same time.
Yeah. No, it's internet. It's only internet. All I want you guys to see is how to decide that whether that model is what you want to use as a checkpoint or no. I would just refresh my page again. Yeah. So see, it will show the quality that if I use this particular checkpoint, which is again supporting SD 1.5 model, simply I can click on it if I like. It will show more than 1 to 5 minimum photos of them generating this by using that model. Here is a download button. All you have to do is to log in. It will show you the size of it. Sometimes it's up to 8 to 12 GB. I don't see any difference in if something is 12 GB and something is 2 GB or 3 GB makes much difference. But sometimes it's the space that that particular model required depends on the training that they have given. Always make sure that you know what is the base model of the checkpoint you are downloading. Why? Because that will determine when you try to infuse other nodes with it. So let's say you want to add your sketch. So that is a term called checkpoint. Now to add checkpoint, there are some other model which you have to make sure that it supports. So you have to know that this is SD15, SDXL, or Flux. Again, by that I mean, let me open something with Excel. Is not looking good, but it's Excel model. Let me check. See, it says it's SDXL. So these are really important things to know that you're downloading which model.
Can I ask what's the difference like SD1 and SDXL?
Sure. So basically, these are the model that they have trained to achieve certain results. So if you are aware about Flux, so SDXL is a basic model they came up with. Then they migrated, let's say a higher version is SDXL. And then if you want a realistic image, you go to the Flux. Again, it's depend on how your nodes are structured. Sometimes you get, by using a basic SD 1.5 model, you get good result. If you want more higher version, you can go to SDXL. Even more than that, then Flux.
So it depends on the context. And
I'll jump into this thing to explain you very easy way. If I'm using SD 1.5, the width and the height is 512 by default. If I convert this into 1024 pixel, the result may get blurry and stretched out because the capacity of this model to generate something is within this by this pixel.
I get it.
That's the limit. That's the limit. Yeah, where the Flux today, and even they are claiming the new model is up to 2 megapixel. So you can go up to 1920 by 1080, the default computer presentation style that we use for our, high quality renders. So that's how it works. I'll also explain how to check those different models. Sometimes simply you can select. All I'm doing is I'm holding control, and with my left mouse button, I'm just clicking here to the blank space. And then I'm holding control and trying to select everything together. Now every of my node is selected. And then I have to hold the shift again, and with my left mouse click, I can hover. If I want only this 3 to move, this is how we move. If I want only one thing to move, it's easy. But let's say if you want to move into the group, instead of moving this one by one, especially you will need this practice when you want to add something here in between. The flow always works from left to right. So I always recommend to keep this here and then move this to your right-hand side. So to be more organized and to make your workflow more understandable for yourself, you can have this blank space where you can add the, let's say I want to add and then connect. And then, this is how we should practice.
So you're basically making an input and output, but you're just putting a space between of them, so
yes,
to easily.
Yes. Let's say this is very default and basic, and you want few more nodes to add. Let's say 5 more nodes. If there is no space, you go left and right. It's very hard for us to understand the workflow because again, it is by logic. Let's say the checkpoint requires a prompt, like usually all AI requires. Here, another thing, because we are now talking about prompt, SD, Excel, and SD requires a positive and also negative prompt, same as automatic 1111. Like you will write here that you don't want any distorted object, distorted image, blurry image, and you always put at the end that you will need a high quality design or Arch Digest magazine type of outcome. You put everything into positive and everything into negative. But with Flux and new models that they are improvising and introducing, you don't even need those negative prompts anymore. It's even better and straightforward. Usually in my practice, I keep this as it is, and I may just put, I don't want blurry. So I just put blurry, or let's say low res. This is what I don't want. I usually put this way. So this is positive and negative prompt after the checkpoint. If we don't have this attach, because this is default, let's say you are building it, again double click, and all you have to, I just want to again organize everything. All you have to look for is the clip. Clip is basically the text encode. Again, these are the ready-made nodes. When you see clip here, this is how it gets attached. If you try to hover it by clicking, it will get detached. If you try to attach the model, it won't. And they have the color coding for that. So sometimes it's visually also easy that you know that this clip should go to clip. It will never vary the color. So that again, if you are trying to attach something and it is not, probably you are trying to attach a wrong node with the wrong input. So that's one thing I wanted to share. K-sampler is a heart of this process. Basically, again, same as 3D Max and other render engine we use, that this determines, it takes all the input that you are giving, process it completely by the parameters that you adjust here, and then throw it out and give you the JPEG format and now also video format as your output. We will go into detail of SID steps and how the CFG works. But again, this is very important thing where you have the same color of the clip model. So your positive goes to positive, negative goes to negative. Latent image, again, it's something to do with the size. And then model, which is your checkpoint, which determines everything. Let's say the main result for your image generation, that also should get attached to K-sampler. And then VAE decode is something that it will work around the model and the sizes, and it is more of a pixel work because initially it's a blank canvas and it's a noise. So I hope everyone understands the term noise, right? Noise in
It's
AI.
goes from white paper and trying to become the picture.
Exactly. So this is what noise in AI means. Yeah. So the VAE has the command to convert, this noise into the picture, and it takes all the command and the process and the parameters that we set from the sampler. So again, that plays very important role to generate the outcome that you have.
There's a weight option in the stable diffusion. Which one is equal or the equivalent in the ComfyUI key
Yeah,
set?
that is denoise.
Yeah.
Denoise. Yeah. Again, when I try to explain the workflow image to image render, I'm going to explain how the denoise work. But weight is also one more term that you're going to see when you have any outsourced image and you want something similar to generate, it will still show you the term weight, like how much weight you want to put on top of it. And one is maximum. Uh, that works also for LoRa's. So weight is another term also ComfyUI works. But when you don't have anything, all you want to do is to generate an image. There is no weight, but instead of that, they have denoise. Okay. Now to explain how all other things work, I would quickly want to generate as it is. Okay. This is also a very important thing. This happened because I removed and I did not attach my latent, which is again gone out. You see, we don't have, I think I by mistake deleted the latent. So simply, this is the best thing I like about ComfyUI because you know where's the problem. And it highlights also within the node that model positive, negative, everything is working, but you have this thing missing. So now simply I would just get my empty latent again, attach it here. And let's say I only want one image in one time when I hit my render. But let's say an example of Midjourney and other AI where when you hit the enter after your prompt, you are getting 4 options. That option in ComfyUI is here, bed size. Let's say I want 4 render at a time. Simply I can change the value here and I have to hit the queue. Initially, it will take little time. After a couple of render, I think somehow it catch up the speed. My system is RTX 4090 and my V card is 16 GB. Quite a good system, but again, sometime it can takes a time. Also, depending on the steps that we're gonna explain you in a while. So as you can see, instead of one image, let's say now it's 4, and then when you click here, it will show you the time that in 19.52 seconds, it generated 4 image for us. Let's say I want to only generate 1. Again, I hit Q and it will only render 1 image for me. And very easy way to save it. You just right click and you can save wherever you want. The other way, if you forget to save it, or you don't save, there is automatic backup happening in your ComfyUI folder. To check that, you can go to your folder. I go to my app, ComfyUI. I go to my output, and whatever render is happening, it's all getting saved here. So these are the images we just render right now. You see?
Oh, there's a lot.
And yeah, and if you want to share this with someone, if I give you this image right now as it is, when you drag and drop, what it does is it directly open along with the workflow. To show that, let's say I close this. I have my output folder open here. If I drag and drop this image, see, it will show entire workflow that I got this particular image from.
I
So this
didn't
is
know
the
that.
result. Yeah.
But
So
that's really, really helpful to, besides making from the scratch. No, it's
of course, of course. So there are two ways. If someone shares this as it is format, it is basically a PNG format. So if I share this image on Discord and you try to drag and drop, I don't have to save entire workflow and give you. The other way is always you try to control save and it will ask you, and then you name it. If this is image to reference to image, if this is text to image, you just name it and confirm. And the file it generates is in format of .json, JSON. So when you share that file with someone, it will be possibly into the coding method. It will look as if it's a code. Simply download and you just drag and drop and it should open. Let me see if I have something in my folder. No, these are the saved answers. I don't have, I have one in JSON. Let's see, what is this? This is not the file.
I guess there's a metadata in the JPEG file.
Yeah. Yeah, no. These are the JSON. These are the workflow files. So this is the format I'm talking about, JSON.
Yeah.
And see, the size is very small. You can also share this on WhatsApp with someone. All you have to do is make sure it's downloaded. And then once it's done, simply I'm just dragging and dropping and it is giving me the workflow here, entire workflow. And the good thing now is usually it is, if you have updated version, the photos that they have embedded will also appear here. This is happening because it's my system and I have used this workflow and this image multiple times for some experiment. In case if embedded with their picture, probably you have to use your photo and simply, again, you can upload and go ahead with it. So not to confuse you guys, again, I would like to jump to the basic thing that we were doing. Okay, so again, I want to see if how the absolute reality works with, I won't write much. I would simply say I need a raw a picture, or let's say photo of a lounge interior in contemporary style, let's say. And I'm not changing anything. I will again come back to step CFG, everything. Let's just see what it gives me. Because this is also a good practice that if with absolute reality, this is the image that I'm getting. What if I change my checkpoint to the real vision and try without changing anything? All I'm doing is to look to see which works better. See? So it is basically generating different style because I have different checkpoints loaded here, and then you can always experiment and see which one works. See? So now to understand that why it is generating what it is generating, when you download, always make sure that you check the picture. So if I download right now this model, basically this is Laura, we will come back to that. But if this is my checkpoint, no matter what my prompt is, this is the look and feel that I'm gonna get. Also the quality, most of the time. If you really want to change it, again, we will go into where this whole infusing more nodes into your image generation or workflow comes into. But if you want a basic result just to show when you are exploring an idea, this is something very basic that you can start with. For example, this is SD1, but it really looks well-trained model because I can see the images looking good. So you get the same color theme. And if you really want this to be colorful, don't force it. But I would advise you to go to another checkpoint and add more nodes, because if you push this pre-trained thing, it sometimes give you really bad result because we are trying to confuse or say disrupt the line that it is going into. And
Okay.
that's where the whole
Yeah, I'm interrupting. Sorry. I was going to ask that, but like, what if I want a colorful palette and the texture in my cautions, and the images also like this, like images as you just created.
huh.
Do I have to use that a model, like a colorful model that have just created for that purpose?
Yeah, that's the easiest
I
way.
just,
But if you,
I just want
yeah,
to mask the caution and just want to change that, just a weird
yeah.
look.
No, I got your point. For that, again, we will jump into those sort of workflow. I would name that as a use cases. The
Okay,
question that you said that you want, you like this look and feel, you don't want to change much, but let's say instead of this, you want, let's say, a
let's say
chair
it's
or
pink,
to
but I want to make
yeah,
it pink.
yeah, you or you want to even add pink cushion here, which is not there. So that's another use case, and there is different workflow. We will jump into that shortly.
Okay, thank you very
So
much.
yeah, another thing I would like to try is if you are happy, let's say I'm happy with this result, and I don't want to complicate, I don't have, let's say, time to look for another template and do, I'm just here trying to get my hands on. You have to be more also pro in prompting, because that also plays a huge role, not only in Comfy, in overall image generation. So now I'm saying raw photo of a lounge interior, contemporary style. Let's say I want my sofa uh, in brown leather. Let's see how your model catches the instruction that you give by prompt, because if you get to achieve something by just typing here, you don't have to spend your time experimenting more on that. And sometime you get, see, I now in my studio practice, I'm very comfortable by using Real Vision version 40. If I have to render something in SDXL, I would always choose this checkpoint and know absolute reality. Because sometime I feel, and by the way, because this is SDXL, you don't have to worry about increasing the size over here. It won't get that pixelated. You can go higher, you can do horizontal, you can also do vertical. Let's say I want sofa in brown leather. I want, let's say, a glass coffee table. I have this practice of also writing the prompt with the composition. So let's say when I have this thing sofa in brown leather, immediately after that, I have this tendency to put sofa to be in center of the frame. I don't get this all the time. With Flux, yes, because it really understands the composition well. But let's try live that how close we could get by typing those things, because I really want you guys to understand the power of how prompt works with any of these models. So sofa in center of the frame, glass coffee table. Let's say I want the teak wood cladding behind the sofa, and I would say a big artwork again behind the sofa, and sometime it is good also to mention the camera name. See whether it affects much or no. It normally affects 70 to 80%, but having this practice really makes your prompting and your results effective. Like without even using control net or putting your hand sketch or putting your 3D grayscale model into picture, if you get control on prompting properly, if your structure is let's say your prompt is well structured and concise, you don't even need, you can also put right side big window with curtain, a big arc window looking outside, because really it gets you a result for sure. And in second line, I did not hit the enter. I just have to press shift and enter, so it takes me to the second line directly. And then I could put these in, and a high quality. I don't write much here when I initially try, and let's see where it gets us. See? So yes, it gave me the teakwood cladding. Yes, it added the artwork behind the sofa. I did get the brown leather, and I did get the glass table. You see? So, and then the rest, it played its role because I only gave the the command, or let's say the composition, it was limited to these 3 key points that I wanted in my scene. See, let's say to keep it same, and I would still put carpet with patterns and colors. Okay. So now we have a plain carpet, good, and it's plain but with good texture. See? So it is still contemporary. I also got some patterned cushion, and still my wall is with the wood. My table is made out of glass. So this is the power also of prompting. So let's always have a practice to focus on prompt. When you have the template ready, it's easy. I would recommend you to spend more time, not randomly hitting Q and keep generating those variations. Also try to verify your prompt. In Midjourney, I have noticed that the first 3 lines of prompt are considered more strong, and then later I started adding the camera and composition, and it worked really well. I tried the same, and it is working here also. I mean, the completely different scenario with Flux, it understands very lengthy prompt. You can put whimsical, amazing, beautiful, and it will catch those words. With this model, basically you stick to more technical words, and you will get the result nearby what you are expecting. Even if you don't put a beautiful lighting done, no, you better mention, especially for architects, if you are trying to get it the evening view. So you can just put the facade of building in street of, let's say, Dubai downtown at dusk. It will give you that environment as well, and your image will look more photogenic, because that's the term also people are using now with the manual rendering, right? So you can also mention atmospheres and lighting environment that you want, but it is okay not to put beautiful, whimsical, amazing, and it's fine. try to be more concise, because when you compare your image and you are reading, you want to make sure that you are giving point to point and you are achieving, and those extra thing is out also for you to review, because that makes your tweaking for the next image generation really very easy. Again, if I just simply add 2, it will give me 2 image at a time. So this is about checkpoint, image, clip, positive, negative. And now we will jump to K-sampler. Yeah, moreover the same, because again, here you can see more pattern on the carpet. Here also it's colorful and there's a nice pattern. If the wood, let's say now you feel that it's bothering a scene, it is too much of brown, because brown sofa against the brown thing, simply you can go back without touching anything, because sometimes the order also matters. It is sketching the order. It is giving you a raw photo. This time I will put editorial photo of a lounge, sofa in brown leather, frame, coffee table. I would put white clay ball behind the sofa, and let's see what it does. The time it takes more is into this, because this is your render engine, all the process happening here. So it goes to each parameters in detail, denoise your image, pass it to VAE, and then it diverts. See? So these are the results. So for initial image generation, if you are trying to generate a concept, and all you want client is to show them the color and how the brown will look against the colorful thing, have good understanding the concept, sometime without going into much detail, you can just put in, let's say, Memphis style. And I would just put the sofa. Let's say I don't want to put into the color or material. I would still put, I would say, velvet. Usually it's either velvet or a boucle. And then see what it gives. Hope everyone is following. Guys, please be vocal about if there is any question, confusion. So,
does anyone has any questions so far?
no, okay, if you are, if you're shy about talking, you can always type into the chat box.
Okay, if anybody has just hesitates to ask in English, we can also help you guys to translate in from Turkish to English as well.
Yeah.
Türkçe sorunuz varsa İngilizce çevirmede de yardım edebiliriz diye tekrar hatırlatmış olalım.
Yeah. The reason that I have requested so many hours is like I want to share, guys, everything that I have encountered so far. So just be part of it, and if you are communicating, it will help us also to improvise or look into some matter that you may have faced while you were exploring this. Okay, so I'll go back to the image. Memphis is all about very powerful colors, flooded with lots of pattern. I won't say it's a clash, but it's a clash of pattern and the color. That's what Memphis is all about. See, we gave the prompt of velvet. It gave us the velvet. Even the cushions are velvet. Even my artwork looks as if it's made out of velvet thing. Again, to go in more detail, you can put abstract painting. You can, if you have again good command on language that you want to generate certain type of artwork, always feel free to add. The more you add, the more control you will get. When you just throw the basic thing into the prompt and get amazing images just because it's trained well, um, you will get fascinated initially with those results, but in practical use cases, it's just an image that you will get also from Pinterest or any other search engine. But if you are trying to make this personal, you want to customize and want to try many options by saving lots of your time and energy, just make sure that you get a good control over the prompting. With Flux, you don't even have to worry because ChatGPT or any LLM would do for it, because it's like AI understanding AI's language better than it is understanding humans' language. But here I would recommend you guys to go ahead and do that. Also, one thing, yeah.
I was going to ask that. Are you using generating prompts to, using ChatGPT or to?
Yes, I do. Yes, and I strongly recommend. But again, for the Flux model, we will again have that in tomorrow's session. Is all about LLM works with those generative models, because and I do. But when, let's say, ChatGPT generates a prompt for me, I always tend to remove those thing in between where I see it is stretching too much. Initially, I would try one prompt and then without changing it, and then I change and I see how much control I get. So that's the practice to make sure that you can claim that you are not under AI's control. AI is under your control.
Yeah, I got
So
it.
that's what I recommend. Yeah. Let's jump into K-sampler. So again, model is something that we don't have to do much. It all done here and not here into K-sampler window. Same goes for positive and negative. Latent, again, you have a separate floating window for that. So whatever you change, and as far as it is connected, it will adopt directly from here. And it is very important aspects, otherwise it won't work. Seed, sorry.
Can I ask one more thing?
Sure.
Someone just asked from the chat, what would happen if I just use commas rather than using plus in
Yeah,
positive?
nothing. I always get this question during all my session, but from the beginning, I developed this practice because visually it is very clear for me when I'm pausing my instruction to the in the prompt window. So I know that I stopped at sofa, velvet, and then sofa to be in center, because sometimes I don't know how it will react now, but I'll just show. Sofa, velvet, or let's say velvet, sofa to be in center of the frame. This is also a good word, but then when you don't have this thing, I mean, you have to pay extra focus just to make sure that you give a correct English for it to understand. Let's see how it reacts. Because at the very beginning, I tried this thing, just give a mid-journey. This is doing good, see? It doesn't make any difference. As far as plus goes, it's only for visual thing, because you'll also see space after plus and before plus, lots of space for me, just to make sure that where I'm breaking and where I want that to be continued.
I want to ask something.
Like I had.
Sorry, I want to ask something. It depends on the model, or ComfyUI somehow translates it to the comma or plus sign to however it understands, or it depends on the model that we use.
No, it honestly, it doesn't make any change to ComfyUI or any other generative AIs out there. Even with Midjourney, same. If I have to show you guys my, let me see, I kept everything open so that I don't take time to jump. Let's say I generated this into Midjourney, and see, I had all comma. And this is because I use GPT. I told GPT the same thing that I wanted. And then wherever I felt that I am not comfortable with that, exaggerating my prompt and making it so much lengthy, I deleted those words. And when I added my word automatically, because I have this tendency to type plus, you will see plus, plus, plus, see? And here, all you see is comma. So it really doesn't make any difference. It's just visually, I feel it is more organized when I look at it. That's what I feel.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So don't worry. But if you make this practice, I feel you will see some changes in terms of making your prompt more concise, because sometimes I never count word by word, but those lines matter. That I put velvet sofa to be in center to the frame. That's one. Should I also add that I want, let's say, burl wood sofa side tables, let's see, and then hit. See, so it's like breaking the prompt for yourself to understand. Okay, I don't see burl. I would still try burl wood sofa side tables in block, because if it's a wooden block, it would look nice rather than going. And if you guys are into architecture and you want to see a nice facade or something, see, it's not catching somehow. Now, velvet sofa in center, I would put side tables in burl wood
There's
block.
also another question in the chat asking about the prompt weights.
Sorry, the prompt?
Prompt weights.
Prompt weights. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah, usually in automatic 1111, I used to do, you put the, let's say you put the comma and then put 1. This is highest, or you can put 0.5. But here, to be honest, when I started practicing this, it helped me in Midjourney, but it couldn't here with the stable diffusion, at least with the comfy. See, I'm not getting the burl thing.
Is it just
So
about ComfyUI's interface, or the maybe a Flux model? Depends the difference, maybe the Midjourney and the Flux or the LoRa.
that's a model difference, I guess, because again, LoRa is different thing we are talking about, because LoRa itself comes with the weight parameter in it, so you don't have to do much with your prompt.
Okay.
Yeah, but I somehow lost the tendency by putting weight into this, because we have LoRa now, and we have IP adapter, because again, it is visual, right? When you type a number by weight, 0.5 or 1, let's say you are experimenting that at 1 weight, how much importance it would give and the result would come. But when you have visual reference that this image I want to impact on my render, but only 50%. So immediately into the parameter, you just put 0.5. If you want that to work in your image 100%, you just simply go the maximum, which is 1, and it will do the job. So because since I started using ComfyUI and IP adapter and LoRa's and stuff, I lost my practice of writing those weight into my prompt, honestly. But there's nothing wrong with it. as I mentioned earlier, that there's no wrong way of writing prompt, no right way, but all you have to do is to make sure you write something in structure and concise. And by concise, I mean, let's not exaggerate. I have mentioned sofa twice. I think it's more than enough. Then I don't have to put sofa with multiple cushion on to that, you know. That's where when I say concise, let's not repeat it again and again. Otherwise, it will only focus on the sofa. That's what I have encountered so far. Seed, again, many of you definitely will be familiar with. How can I, is this bothering you guys?
I think it's okay, but if you want, you can don't allow it, you know.
Yeah, allow this time, let's see. Oh no, then it will appear. Okay. Okay, seed again is a blank canvas. There is no limit. You can type 1, the value of your seed can be 1 or 1 million. You can manually write it or you can randomize it. I will go to the fix. You can put the increment. So now when I generate something, it will automatically go to the seed 2. And I will show you what it does. So let's say 4 image I want all together. Let's say I want to generate 4 image. Because I have add increment, it will increase. And I will tell you the best use cases of when the fixed seed works. Otherwise, it's random. But again, to be more organized, I always like to start from 0. Sometimes I start from 1, sometimes from 2, and increment, because then those numbers are very easy when you are working on something and you want to remember that, oh, this is the 4th image I generated. So now it generated 4 images together. And let's say I want to generate this image again. I would go to seed number 2. I would put fix. Oh, sorry, I forgot to change here. We will just generate 1 this time. So it will stay, it will get back to you with the same image that you generated previously because you fixed it and you remember the seed number and you are giving, see? So it is the same exact image rather than giving you something random, because as previously, sorry, I want to know everyone's name, but it's difficult in a first meeting. But he asked me a question that what if everything is as it is and we want to change this? So before you add another node to change this, you always want to stick to the same environment that you have generated. So that's where the seed command jumps in, and always make sure that you know the number and you fix it. So every time you generate, you won't get surprised that you lost the composition, you lost the color, you got something else. So it will keep your main render as it is.
The option there, the control after the generate and the seed is, you know, just to make it stable and, you know, fixed for the next generations, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because sometimes all you want to change is this vase, or let's say lamp. Sometime if you forget to fix the seed and you put a nice image here and you try to connect it, it has chance that entire image will change because it will follow the prompt and everything, and it will understand your command as new because you haven't fixed it. You are giving a new canvas that, okay, draw in open canvas. You are free to do anything you want. But when you fix the canvas, this is yours, and it has restriction to play within your image generation.
So you're saying, can we just keep improving from this workflow, from this image?
Yeah. But to do that, Yeah.
add one more prompt and add one more note and then get one another result.
Yes, but to do that, it won't work within the default workflow. You have to add nodes to change it, because again, we don't want to confuse the model, or let's say your monster or a robot who is generating all this for you, by fixing this and changing again prompt. When you like this sofa and everything here, you only want particular thing to change, right? Because if you want everything to be changed, again you can just do the increment or randomize it, right? So you have to tell it that, hey, I like this, keep this, I just want this picture with 3 more option. Now, which 3 picture? For that we will come to a point where I will show you the different nodes added and connected. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Then we have a third parameter called steps. I just gathered one image from internet for you guys to understand simply that this is your canvas. This is the basic noise. This is step 1, step 2, 3, 4. It gets better. With ComfyUI, by the way, with Flux and new model, in 4th step, you get a very high resolution photorealistic pictures. But with the stable diffusion basic and SDXL model, you need more step than 4. So the ideal number is minimum 20. The very ideal is between 25 to 40. So let's say I'm giving, you simply click on it. You go to this window, okay, and Q. What this does is try to improvise your image little better than the previous one, but your process will be little slow because you are asking more steps for it to process to the K sampler.
It's
So
not
if you know,
as upscaling, right? Like
no.
the steps
Yeah,
is making
no.
or output is more close to your input, but upscaling is just all about your quality about it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Pixels,
upscale is completely different. To understand this better,
right?
I will just put, no, I will put 2 images beside each other, so it will give you an idea. See, some objects here, this is random. This is lying in center with the empty plate. This is little far. This ball is, we don't know what it is doing. And this table is again floating with again another stack of book. There are some, I would say, little distorted objects or random thing that you're gonna see because you ask it to finish faster. When you increase the step, you see the difference? It did not change your image much, but look how clean the lamp is without those leafy thing coming out, which is hard to find or to understand that whether it's a planter, it's a vase, or it's a lamp. It makes this more clear that it's just a big vase with the leaf coming out of it. And it organized, see this two cushion really well. Here it was not there, see? It is getting more closer to as better as it could be. It kept all the product in one big tray, right? So that's what you would do in practical world when you are executing and you are stacking, or let's say stagging your place. This is the process that you will do, right, to decorate your place. So that's how it gets in. With exterior, it gets better with the texture. I would love to show you exterior as well. Just give me a second. Let's try now 40. And honestly, after 40, it doesn't change. All it does is it takes more time to render, and you see barely one thing here and there. So 40 is at the highest, but make sure your system is good enough to take this sort of load. So you have to also understand your system in order to make it much more faster, and then play with it. you can always track, okay, this took 19 seconds, this took 15. See, I increased 10 step more and it took a few seconds more. That's what I'm trying to explain. With 20 step, we finish our render in 10 seconds. With 40, it took 19.8, almost like double the time. Because this was at 20 seconds, this was as 40. Let's say if I want to show you guys that how it works with the, just 1 minute. This is making my visual screen low, so I prefer to close it. We can always open this later. So I think I deleted our thing, but we can always bring that back. Okay, so now we have a little bigger screen. I'll just go with my app, ComfyUI, my outputs. I think we were at something like this. I would put fix. It was 3, right? Q. See, I don't have to change the prompt and everything. The image has all the data. So it's very useful and handy for you just to drag and drop in case if you forget. It works as if you have a project file. So you can be always more organized by, if you're doing a project and you are starting by today's date, let's say I wanted to try something with InPaint. See, I have a folder. So everything that I did with InPaint is stacked in one folder because that was morphing. So I did morphing. So this image, I wanted only the table to change. So it is dedicated to the folder. So if you are rendering for certain project, it is always good to have a folder created in output so you don't get lost with lots of images that you have, guys. Okay, so maybe this is image 1 and I want to try 50. Let's see. And meanwhile it's rendering, I would also clarify that same thing goes with the CFG. So if the CFG is less than 8, sometimes it works with 6, sometimes with 7, but with 5 and 4, your image will get little more desorted and noisy. I'll show you an example for that. Okay, so this is, I'm at 50, still good. I can see some nice element balanced, a coffee table with 2 books and a thing. But let's see how long it took. It took 24 seconds. See, so from 10 seconds to 24, we had something done in 19, depends on your system. But let's say if I make this 60 now, see, it is taking more time than the last time. And I have this image, and because I had a fixed seed, it won't change much. You see? So at certain point, okay, it changed, I think, this side of lamp. No, it is still the same. It changed this vase here. See, it was something with, so those kind of little detail. You see the shape of this one and look at this. So basically, if you want to wait for more time, maximum you could go is 45 or 50, but more than that, it won't give you much result. You better use then the upscale and in painting where you can select something, you mask it out, You change that area and then improvise by upscaling, because then it is ready. When the image is upscale, it is ready to share to your client or add into your presentation or run on a projector. So that's about the steps. CFG lets down the value. I would still render this into lesser steps because I want the quick results for us to review, and then we can talk about it. Let's see how this goes. It is still good. With the CFG, let's say 2. See, I in fact started feeling that it is even getting better. So that's what. See.
Yeah. Okay.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I said, minimum 4 to maximum 8 is what you have to play, because this is where it makes, see, when I zoom, I cannot understand the pattern that it is taking up to, right? So again, it's giving a more clearance to your noise, and then set it up. And your CFG also determines the sampler. This is also another thing that I would take to the tomorrow's session, because it is easy for me to first explain you all the model along with the flux, and then show you why the sampler also matter. So basically, this also determines what system you are working with. Let's say my computer is a strong GPU. I can choose that and go with the Keras. If you guys have rendered your image or concept in 3D Max, it is very easy for you to understand these terms, these words that they have. So this is basically also for your graphics card configuration and to give you the best result. For me, GPU works. Euler is always the safest option to go. Very basic, but very clean. It doesn't damage or give load. Look at my GPU. It's using now 100%. So that's where this works. See, you won't see much change into the conceptual overall generation, but this only plays, let's say, tweaks by using the high power of your system and to try to give you something more, let's say, strong in terms of, let me put the DPM2. And by the way, these terms that I'm talking about, these are the default when you install ComfyUI. So that you don't have to worry that whether you have this file, whether you have this added into your script, it's default. So you shouldn't be worried, but sometime by tweaking this, you may get good results. So it is always safe if you have good time, because anyway, by using this technology, all you are doing is saving your time. So always utilize that time to improvise your result. Okay, so with Euler and Keras, this is what it is giving me. Denoise is the same thing that I showed here initially. See, but it won't work here much. It will work when you give a reference, because basically when you give a reference to it, again, we have to open that workflow for you guys to understand better. It will control, again, it works like weight, but little different. I will practically show you the use cases. VAE, again, to process this, combine everything, including, let's say this is a component which creates a full recipe. These are the different ingredients, and your recipe gets cooked here, and this is where you get your things done. So this is about basic very basic workflow. It is still strong, in my opinion, as far as you are using a good checkpoint. You know that your checkpoint is supported with basic size or what size. You can also use upscale this image to enlarge it, so you don't again have to add too many things in between if you are really happy with the conceptual image that it came with, right? So any questions so far?
We have a
Guys.
question in the chat, by the way.
Sure. Yeah.
I didn't get it, so if you can check it.
Yeah. Comma thing is done. Can you please let us look?
No, the last one, I think.
Auto cue work.
Auto cue.
Gayatri, could you just be a little specific when you say lightning the models? Gayatri? Oh, auto cue works with lightning the models, which takes lesser steps. Okay. No, it's fine, Gayatri. This is easy because I can read it twice to make sure that I understand your question correctly. The model which takes lesser steps. Okay. So here's the thing. Just confirm once I answer or clarify your doubt. What I understood is when you want, let's say, more batch size, when I generate one image or four together, and therefore they call it batch, it will take all the inputs that we have given here, which means the steps and CFG value for all four image are same, or even if I give here 10 image. To answer your question, there is another way, which is my next step. It will also solve many other problem or let's say concern about using different checkpoints. Is we have a node called primitive. How that works is you go to the node, particular node, to the right click, and you have to convert that into the input. Okay. Now it is gone. You don't see what you have written there. To make it visual, what you have to do, go out, double click, and then look for primitive. Now you have to connect this with your text. Okay, you see how this was gray and gray. So again, it is visually very easy. Even when you hover, it will ask you want to reroute, what all we can do with it. It will suggest you. So I want to connect. So now my primitive is here. Okay, this is one thing. I'm not touching anything else. I will also convert this into the input. I will again get my primitive. Now, to answer your question, I will go to my SID, convert that into input. I will also, sorry. Okay. I will also add this into primitive. This goes to SID. Okay. And same way, I can do my steps. I can do my CFG. Let's get into, let me go back to your question. You ask for steps, right? Okay. I will convert my step into the input. We would do the primitive. and steps. Now you have a completely separate control over the parameters, which determines the different steps. Let's say with the same prompt, you want different result and you don't want to copy paste every time and generate multiple and wait for the result. All you have to do is select control. I'm selecting this without touching these. And then I have to press Control Shift V. Wait, I have to do it again. Sorry. I have to make sure this entire section is there, and then Control Shift V. Actually, I think I'm making some mistake. Just bear with me, guys. I really want to show you this thing. Control Shift V. Because what it should does when you put Control Shift V, it should give you the entire section like this again, and then your primitives and everything connected automatically like this. So you have, this is your,
So it's
this
like
is your
copying and
C.
pasting with all the nodes that connected, right?
Yeah, because the magic here is into the thing where, let's say I want this one to render in realistic vision, okay? And I want this to do juggernaut. So I don't have to retype the prompt, give a different step, and I can render it all at one time. I think here we're gonna have some problem. I have to delete this. Because can't remember, you ask, someone asked you at one time, what if they want to use the multiple models? Remember? Someone asked you, right, before the
So,
session?
Krishna, can I ask
Sure.
about, like, did you just basically change the there's a box that you should fill in the key sampler, or I don't know, the prompt that you should enter some text. So you basically put them out of into different box, and just connect them. You just made a reference to them, right? Like you just is it like
No. Okay, if I understood your question right, what I'm trying to do, these are the parameter. Your
okay?
prompt, positive,
Yeah, you just
negative.
made
Yeah,
reference to them.
yeah, exactly. I detached it to work as a separate control, so that when I change all other aspect, my prompt
Okay.
and other things stays same and give
Okay.
me different result at a time. Okay, let's see the result and then I'll explain you what it changed actually. See, parallelly, it is changing something, but it is with a different model here. And now, what if I want this CFG to work with 8? So when I do that, my main parameters won't change.
Okay, I get it. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. See, because my CFG value was less. Now this result belongs to Juggernaut. Now I want to try another model. All I have to do, it should work. I don't know. It's just Control Shift and V. See, it worked this time.
Control
See,
Shift and V.
so
Okay.
Control Shift and V, it must work with that, because what it does, you don't have to separately, your load point is already detached, and that's what you want. Your prompt is same because you don't want to change the prompt each time. Your latent image is same. All you are trying is to change the different steps here. You can change also, let's say you want to check the different sampler. So you don't want every time to go, let's say how it will look to the normal. It will generate now with this parameter without changing your prompt, without changing your total number of steps. And if you want, this is for Gayatri, if you want, let's say this is a fixed, let's say you want to change anything here, the value of your point, all you have to do is change here and it will follow through. Let's say I want to check how absolute reality works with 7, and I can queue it. Gayatri, does this answer your concern? Because when you say lightning, you mean the lightings in the image, or
No, it
I think
just says,
something got faded, right?
no, it just how it is softer, make it softer, just make it lighter. No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not about
yeah.
lightning. I don't know.
Yeah, it's new, Gayatri. I get your thing, but does this answer your question? That's what I want to understand, because let's solve it. It's a good question, because remember I initially told you at the beginning that always see, this is not the right model. I don't understand this composition. It looks up and down. So this model is absolutely absolute reality. See. So rather than changing this always, you can have copied the prompt and your
Okay.
steps and the thing that you are comfortable with. And to change the load points only, you can always copy paste and go on. And this practice applies to everything. If you want to check the different models of, because there are more than one model for everything in ComfyUI. So if I say that I want you to take the lines for control net from your picture, there are different publishers for it. And you want to see which one understands your photo, whether it is good quality or no, in better way. So you want to try everything at a time. You don't want to do it more automated, I would say. So see, initially we kept trying with my favorite model, realistic vision, but now when it's rendered, I feel this works better, which is Juggernaut. Gayatri,
Just
does this answer? It became little softer? Is this what you mean?
yep, probably.
Yeah, Faith. Yeah, tell me.
Can I ask something else?
Sure.
How did you connect the integer primitives to what did you just connect it to them? Like into what parameters did you just connect it to into integer primitives?
It is.
Uh,
It. It
is
was as it is. When you say parameters, you mean in the case sampler or the control window here?
a control window.
Yeah, it was as it is. Now this value, instead of 10 and 8, what you are seeing here, these are the increased seed value.
Okay.
And these are
Okay.
my step value. So I want each image to generate 40 steps. Instead of going anywhere or each window, I can put 40 and hit Q. Now, every image that you see here is generated with 40 steps with all different models.
I get it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah. I meant to say using the command auto queue, which works fastest. low number steps and generate. I'm still trying to figure out Gayatri's concern. Okay, this is 40 steps. This image is still under process. This worked 40 steps. See? So that's what I mean. So I will repeat this again one more time. You simply have to go to the, let's say I want to convert that back to the prompt thing. Okay, I'll right click and convert input to widget, because before it was widget and I convert that into input. So simply you can go back and forth. Now I will still stick to input, and I don't want again every image to go, and I don't want to change my prompt, but I can do it from here. I would put this in modern style, and velvet sofa, instead of velvet sofa, I would say boucle fabric sofa to be in center of the frame, fabric in beige color, and hit Q. Now I'm not, oh, something happened. Oh, I detached it again. Okay. Now I'm not going to each workflow and writing my prompts again. The challenge is all three sofa should act in white color. The interior should change in modern, and the fabric should be in boucle. Okay, it turned modern style with the beige sofa. Let's see how this model and this model reacts. Yeah, it changed in interior style. I'm still not happy with the fabric. It's not boucle. It should have little more texture on it. Let's see how realistic vision turns that. Okay, I think my CEFG should stick to 8. I would give more chance to it. Yeah, I'm getting there. So you have to memorize now that to do multiple, to test out multiple models in one window with the same workflow at same time without copy pasting and repeating. Because imagine in a simple way, I can do that also. Let's say I have this workflow. Okay, and I want not, let's say I don't want to open the another window. I can copy paste. I can do that multiple times. And then I can go and change here. But then to test and try the different, let's say I also have to convert this into the, oh, sorry. This thing is, oops, I'm doing something wrong. Now I'm converting everything to widget. Now I also have to play separately with each one of this. I have to increase, I have to put 20 steps and then see how with 20 steps this model would work, what CFG this model work, and try also the different sampler. But I want this to control in one shot and just play with the checkpoints. This is the way, and maybe this can help you also to do the different let's say whether you want your image to be more strong or no, because I did not change the CFG value here. So to make it less light, maybe here I can keep this 3. I can only change this into 6 or 5. I can check how it will look with the SDU. And then again render it. Maybe this again 6. And I want this to adaptive and this to be simple, and then try. So you have less tweakings rather than going one by one, and make sure that everything is changed, because while you are changing, you forget seed number to change. It may give you the same image again and again. So that's what I mean by this thing.
Krishna, we have like a couple of questions from the chat box as well. Gurika
Sure.
asks, can you tell me which model works the best with the exteriors, or if I want to render my 3D model, which ones can work better?
Yeah,
And
sure. Having difficulty with that because sometimes image come distorted. Okay. Flux is so far the best because it's real. It renders in 2 megapixel. When you give it a term called minimalistic, it removes. I will just show you one option. I don't know how clean you guys can see my screen. Very minimalistic, simple image at 2 megapixel. This is I generated this using Flux, and this is my own trained LoRa model. But do you see any distorted thing except for this thing here? That also I understood that they want to go here, and then this gives support. It's kind of quirky for me, right? But this is Flux. So what we are trying here, Gurika, is we are going to the core of how ComfyUI and this thing works, and then showing you from the very minimal quality to the best you can generate. So in future, when depends on the use cases, you decide which ones to use. It's like learning everything, and then when you are there into real world, you know which chapter to open based on the situation you are in, and then to apply it into the real world. So imagine me only telling you, look at the amazing photos, I use Flux here, and this is how it works. But tomorrow, if some basic thing comes, or you want to tweak something very fast and not give Flux a very long time, what you gonna do if you have no idea how SDXL works? Number one. Number two, this new model, highly trained, give amazing result, yes, but if you have less than 12 GB VRAM, it keeps crashing your system. So we don't want everyone to force in high GPU system right away. You should learn and get your hands really strong with the basic. Using SDXL, you can really get some amazing results, and then you can always migrate to a better thing. So I am gonna prepare also the list of the checkpoints that I'm using, and I'm gonna share with all of you. So if you see that, okay, this image looks nice, I think I'm keep telling that I only use Real Vision XLV40. And this is also CivitAI model, so you can find, but I'm gonna anyway share the links with you guys. So this is a low quality. It shows everything is blurry, though I have, okay, 8. Now this is the scene. Because I have less step maybe, to see whether this model works for me or no, I can always improve the steps and see what result it gives me. Yeah, I'll go back to the question thing. I want to work with load image and want to render. Sometime beam is there or a balcony, it comes distorted. I get your point. And we will next jump into image to image first, and then IP adapter and control net for sure. So far, any other question, you guys, with the basic thing that we are going? Feel free. Okay, so this is the thing, and let me share. Let me try to share in the chat box. If I want to export this, this is the exact workflow, and I can rename this as let's say primitive practice. Okay, now can I send attachment into chat box, Celine?
I guess so. If you have given all the permissions, so I guess yes. Let me just check it again.
Hmm.
But the chat doesn't allow us as well to share it in the group.
Yeah.
If you just send me directly through the WhatsApp, I can share with the group bot.
Yeah, because every workflow we try here, I would like to immediately share so they can also practice after the session or at least
Uh,
save. Yeah,
Let me
but I
open a GDocs file. Maybe we can just directly copy from there on. We
Sure.
can just share the GDocs link. So
sure.
okay, I will
Because
just.
Gayatri is not in the group. Who else? I'm not sure. Shreya is in our group or no, so they won't get. So I want to make sure
Okay.
that everyone gets it.
Okay, then I will just open quickly a Google Docs file so you can just copy there directly. We can just both get it from the link.
Sure. In case, guys, if we have problem of live sharing, we can always compile everything after the session and we'll update you all for sure with it so you guys can practice it. And again, when you see that you don't have that model, it will pop up and show you that you don't have that model. All you have to do is to copy that name and just go to Civet AI. That's the only resource I use. And for nodes and everything, you will get a pop-up here. So if there is anything missing, simply click on Manager, install missing, and whatever is in your screen and it is showing red because you don't have that node, it will appear here quickly. And all you have to do is click on install and then make sure to restart your ComfyUI.
Krishna, I'm pasting a Google Docs file link on the chat right now. So everyone can access the same GDoc from there. And you can also copy the links so we can reach it.
Sure. You have shared where? Because I have so many windows.
In chat windows of the Google Meets from which we are on right now. At the right-hand side, you should see the chat notification.
Yeah, it's
It's
so much, and I don't know the spellings are going out of my.
I see. It's right under your screen right now. Your video record. Yes, that's what. Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. Okay. Can I? Oh, where? Please help me, guys. How can I share?
You can just directly copy and paste the link from here.
No, it's not linked. That's a problem. It's JSON. So
JSON. Okay, then just I thought it was the link, so I will just share with you guys the folders.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not the link. Yeah.
Revise
Anyway,
the settings.
Yeah, I think we have to share them manually.
Yeah.
If anyone have idea how. Yeah.
Can you check the Google Drive folders I opened up for this workshop? You can, if you want to upload the JSON files, you can just drag them down.
But why it is not allowing me to open? I think we will manually share them so they can practice.
Can you try it again? I revised the permissions.
I'll also refresh it. Yeah. Okay, I'll create a new folder, and I would say workshop workflow files.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, here it is, and the first thing we have is primitive practice. So I am not complicating this by adding different name of default, because that's common text to image. Now here we have this primitive practice. Okay, I think I don't have to change anything here, right? You have given permission to everyone,
Yeah,
right?
I just given permission to everyone to access the files. Can someone
Okay.
besides us check it whether it's working or not, guys?
Yeah.
I'm
Because
checking it. I'm checking it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
can reach it.
after,
I can reach it in the incognito tab. So yeah, it's okay for everyone. It should be okay for everyone.
okay.
Okay. Okay, so it's working. Okay, so I'm gonna close this now. And I will still keep one basic thing open just to make you understand how.
I also pinned the link directly to the workflow folder, so you can reach it from the pinned chat messages.
I'm getting an HTTP error while downloading the link. Did anybody has the same issue? Is it related with the file name or so? I'm not so sure about.
I can download it, so
Okay, sorry then. I will just figure it out. Okay, we can continue if everybody has just resolved with the link.
Yeah, in case. Okay. Okay, Gayatri also confirmed. Okay. Okay, this is good. Anyway, if anyone missed it, Celine, we can always share with them a full link, right? With all
Yes,
workflows
yes,
together.
yes.
Okay. From now on, again, don't get overwhelmed by looking at so many boxes here. It's just, this is same like Grasshopper. The more organized you are, it is under control because you know where to tweak. There are some fixed parameters. There are some things that you can tweak and check the best result. So always good to stay organized. How to create your own workflow and how, with what logic we are adding all this stuff is the next thing we gonna understand. This workflow I have named it's text to image reference. So before we just got text to image using the default. This is text to image with reference, which means we will also this time give Comfy a photo to follow, and we will tweak some parameters to understand how much control we could get, and based on that, what result we can achieve. This group thing that you see is basically instead of selecting everything and then moving, when you move this entire group, it's easy. To do that, simply I will, let's say, remove this group. Now, to move this completely, I have to select everything and then move. So it's hassle. It's not convenience. So to do that, simply right click and then you will have a button called Add Group. The moment you click on it, you can name it. Usually, I like to name it as the method that I'm using. So let's say if I'm creating a group with ControlNet, my group will call ControlNet. And let's say reference image, I'm giving one area, then this is, let's say, IP adapter. Now, ComfyUI works with some fundamentals, which is text to image, image to image. IP adapter again states the reference image to guide your outcomes. ControlNet to control, that includes you have a 3D model rendered in a grayscale without any texture or much of a lighting or environment set up, and you want to convert that into a complete render that comes under ControlNet. You have sketch and you want to convert that into photo, that again comes under ControlNet. You have sketch and you want to turn it to, let's say that is black and white sketch, and you want more artistic, that also falls under ControlNet. The other category that it follows is in painting and out painting, and in painting also is a little big wide, let's say, subject, because it's not only to mask the things out or to remove the object, it's to replace the file, to see the different option, to retain the environment, and then to play with multiple references at one time. So it's not only that you mask the sofa and then you'll be able to, you can mask that sofa, also give a reference that I don't want any random sofa to come to the area that I have masked. I want this particular sofa or this style to go to the area that I have masked, along with the chair, along with the chandelier. Or let's say if you're doing architectural, along with facade column, or you have any cantilever thing that you want to play with a different texture. So it also adopts the texture. So that's in painting. Out painting, again, it's a simple thing that you have image and you want to expand it. You can do. You can remove the background. You can have a product and you have a background, and you can attach that actual world product photo to that background, so you can have a nice photography and so on. So we're gonna try to cover almost everything that we could. Let's start with the IP adapter, which basically requires from now on in almost all workflow. The reason is because this is the tool to give the guidance for the image reference. So even if you are using ControlNet, you would need an entire group of this IP adapter. So I can simply drag, and simply this becomes my group. Now this is my group. If I take this particular window out, it's out of the group and I have to do this manually. We can right click, edit group. You can change the title, you can change the color so that it visually understandable. Like all my IP adapters are in brown color. So even if my workflow is complicated and I see too many windows and nodes and group, I know that I have to jump and zoom in here because here is what I want to tweak. So that's where the group thing really matters. As I said, I call latent always my image resize. K-sampler is always your render engine along with the V code. Final image, my checkpoint, and positive and negative. So again, it's just being more organized to understand and let's say control more of your image generation. Now, I will choose again Real Vision. This
Krishna,
is my...
sorry, before starting, may I interrupt you?
Sure, sure.
We have a question, a Turkish question from Tolga. He asks that if there are too many modules, nodes, and it takes too much to load the workflow. So he asks that is there a way to make it faster somehow? Do we have an option about it to make it load faster?
There are two things to download and to understand the speed of it. One is, are we talking about the models and checkpoint, or we are talking about the nodes? Because
I
no,
think he talks about the modules.
yeah, modules. Because
Actually, sometimes I will open the program and the mm, not downloading, the uploading, the opening time is too much for the maybe 150 different module is to try and the load. Can I tester this?
yeah, the process.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what again, Khan, we are trying to do here. What I have done is created a compact ComfyUI one-click installation where the models that is really useful for architects and designers, and also I myself like to do some photography image generation, because I think that's a part of us doing presentations, right? We want to add mood boards and stuff like that. So uh, the more files you add, the more heavy it becomes. And there are so many files that, because we saw the blog or someone shared and we downloaded it, it always piles up. And when you don't use them, but it takes so much of space, that you will face such issue. So it could be also because often by running such platforms, you have to make sure that regularly you are cleaning your cache, because though it can run back without internet, it still adds up datas on your system, an unwanted file. It still remains open. For us, it's closed, but let's say it's not, it's still there, and it is still there. So always clean your caches, make sure that ComfyUI is updated, make sure that the Windows system is updated, and that's how you can keep up with it. And again, I will show you what I mean by the model is, let's say this is my Clip Vision folder. Oh, that's even empty. So let's say I have models, it will come here. Checkpoints. Now there are so many. Half of it was to show the class, to the workshop, that okay, SDXL is there and Flux is there, but honestly, I only keep 2 for Flux, which is Dev and Schnell. Again, that is because of the speed of the image that you could generate. And I have the realistic vision. That's it. Not more than 5. Let's say Flux Compact is the same thing as Dave, but this workflow is different. So now, to understand which your practice adopts easily is what you're going to keep. Because if you look at it, this itself is more than 2.3 GB. And each, this is 1.6 GB, and this is even more. So cache, it plays the main role. And please do not pile up your files with, because we saw something nice on Civit AI. I used to do that. I kept downloading those, but then after you finish your experiment, make sure you keep only what requires. Otherwise, it will make your system slow down. And don't forget to update ComfyUI.
Actually, some custom nodes, I try some workflows, and I have to install some custom nodes. After the first opening the ComfyUI, it's maybe 20 minutes long.
So that's again applies the same method that I said. IP adapter nodes, control net nodes, anything related to getting depth, and let's say they will call Kenny model. Please don't get overwhelmed by it. We're gonna explain everything in detail, but only once you have those basic done, if you see that something is taking too much time, but your use cases, for that use cases, after this workshop, at least you will have the other workflow and those model. I don't think, because I think there are more than 7,000, if I'm not wrong, different nodes to ComfyUI. And the people who does the anime, and they are using this a lot. And it's very crucial to determine which works best for us and just keep it aside. It's like curating for our needs. That's it. So there is nothing wrong, but there is other way. If you have the facility to get some GPU, you can run that on run pod and check whether it's your system, or it's the internet, or it's the cache, and get rid of those extra things that you feel that it's not needed at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So now when one thing before I forget, everyone, ComfyUI group is on Discord, and they are on X, and there is another communication app. It works exactly, if you guys are aware about Slack, it works same way to the Substack. Let me just write the name, Substack. Because with this, you will always get, and make sure to put, at least for ComfyUI, if you are regularly using it, or you are putting your daily effort to understand the system, make sure that, yes, Fateh, is there a blog on? Yes, they have account basically. And they also announced recently that from now on, they gonna update everything, and they would like to communicate and build a community on Substack. So like last night, they launched this thing. I got email because I have subscribed to Substack. See? And if you guys can see my workflow, again, I don't want to jump, but quickly, see the very basic checkpoint. You don't see much nodes, and look at the result of this building. Look at this. These are the other images. They also have, see? So you have to make sure that you have this thing updated, because all this image, simply if I want to run this right now, all I have to do is I will download this image. And when we drag and drop this, I will have the workflow. But the model, this Lumina 2, is 10 GB Tolga. And I think because of my less internet speed, this SIFT tensor took me, I think since the workshop started, I put this into download thing because I wanted to make sure that we discuss about this today. And it just finished a while ago. So I would blame this to my internet connection, to be honest. It's so yeah.
If it takes 2 hours like downloading in Dubai, we will probably have like 4 or 5 hours in Turkey.
Oh, yeah, no. So the good thing here, I'll tell you the good news, guys. Now that you are part of our community, you don't have to wait. We're gonna create the script for it, and we're gonna share the files. It should done quickly rather than re-downloading from the links. That's what we're trying to do here, Khan, right?
We can make a break if any need to download some model.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's almost like 3.5 hours for you, Krishna. You should be tired. Like we should give a break at least for you.
I have less energy. I've been sick since we last talked, so I have like migraine. So I'm constantly taking look at myself that I don't get my energy turned down, because I want everything to be shared and people to keep engaging. So if you guys want a water break or something, we can take like 10 minutes refreshment break and then come back, because at least Celine, let's cover the IP adapter and control net today.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think that will answer everyone's concern is now to sketch and to render and to reference. This three, if I can cover as fast as I could, I think we are good to wrap later than after.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Then we just stay. Khan says we should give out 30 minutes at least, but maybe to wrap it up,
People
like
might be
we can say
try
also the
some
15
models.
minutes.
Yeah.
It's all up to you, Krishna. If you want a quicker break, we can take it as well. But if you want a long one,
Yeah.
it's all up to you.
No, 10 minutes. 10 minutes works. I mean, not
Okay.
for me. I'm good if I just get 2 sip of water. I'm just checking on everyone else. Yeah, 10 minutes and we get back to our IP adapter stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, everyone, the Indian team, are you doing good? Okay. So 10 minutes and we are back. My screen is running.
Okay, we will
with the
begin.
yeah 10 minutes. Everything is
Yes.
running. I'm just muting my mic. That's it. Oh, okay. 10 minutes, guys. Bye.
Okay. Okay, if everybody is just ready to begin, we can continue, I guess. We can wrap the rest of the session in 1.5 hours, if we plan like that. And meantime, Krishna will continue from the ComfyUI workshop, and don't hesitate to ask any questions, guys, on the way.
Is everyone back? Shall we start, Celine?
I think we can start right now. Lalo Hocam also joined us.
Okay. Everyone, can you guys see the screen?
Yes, we can see it right now.
Okay. So initially, these are the basic default workflow. And then now in this session, let's see how do we create the workflow to do the to obtain the result that we want. It works in a standard way, like IP adapter itself is a node to work to give, or let's say to infuse the references to your generation. And then along with it, there are other models and nodes that you must connect with because that's how it could perform. So I would consider this as a set of nodes that you always have to create and create group of. So text to image is done. Now we will try to give image reference and write the prompt and see how effective it works for us. But before that, quickly, I would show you that now this is our default workflow. So when you are building something and when they launch any new workflow or any new node, they will always have those updates and description that, okay, now you can do a real-time render, or you can do the in-painting, and they will have the image and also the JSON file. It's very easy for anyone to download and start tweaking it and work around it. But what if you want to add something in the given workflow. That's where you have to have a basic knowledge of how to tweak. There are some nodes that are not also important, like you don't want to resize the image, you want to stick to the same, so you can get rid of resize image. Or when ComfyUI starts rendering, it goes through each of this window. If I select one window, let's say this, and put Control B, you will see that it's turning in different color. Basically, it is freezing this process. So now when you hit Q, all it does is to try to go through the starting point, then it will go to this point, skip this step, and then go to empty latent, and then K sampler, and do its job. Sometime it will stop your rendering because the part that you have frozen, it's really important. Without prompt, it cannot perform. But there are some nodes which are again related to the resizing it, or you were trying the different control net windows and you wanted to freeze the depth and you only wanted to see how Kenny works, you can always use this command. If you have one window, like I have this one window open and these two are different workflow, every time I hit render or let's say Q, it doesn't only affect to this. Parallelly, it will also take this into the consideration. So you don't want that time to get consumed by so many workflow open because all you are doing is just experimenting. So all you have to do is, let's say I want only this workflow to perform or only this. Again, control, I'm selecting everything, simply Control B and it blocked. Now, if I hit Q, nothing will happen here. No process will happen, but still these nodes are open for ComfyUI. So when I hit Q, it will show me the problems, or it will take the effect and it will continue running it. But this is not bothered by it because I have blocked it. Now the problem here happened because I have not connected the model. Now this will get solved, but it is also showing me that my prompt, positive prompt, is not connected. Again, I hit Q. This is the error, and this is the good thing about ComfyUI, that you get highlighted areas where your operation is getting stuck. So now it is telling me in clear English, the required input is missing, which is positive. So I don't have positive input right now. Simply, I click again, and again I'll do Control B, and it will work. I am just doing I just hit the render and it is working. Another way to do that is to select it, right click, and then you can also try to block this. The term for this is bypass. Bypass meaning your process, you don't want your process to go through this node at a moment. So you want to bypass it. So that's what you do. You right click again and again click on bypass, it will still give you the green signal that, okay, I want my prompt to pass through this process and go ahead with it. So these are one of the, again, simple practice that you always do. So you don't have to delete it, because I will show you the very flexible functionality of this. Now, Control A, Control B. Now, this is nicely set up. I want this prompt to see that without any sort of image reference, how it works. And then I want to try another second time that how it works with IP adapter. Now, I don't want to delete this group because it's hard for me, let's say, to connect again, and I don't want to do again the same job. I will bypass this group, and again I'll hit Q. What it is doing, though your workflow is completely connected with IP adapter, it will not take any command or any assistant from this particular group. It is just following the basic 1, 2, 3, 4 step, and it will generate your image. Okay, so my prompt was Illustration, house interior, matte colors, soft lighting, high quality, architectural. These are all the detail of the image that is generated. I would still put this right now as editorial photo and render it, because I want right now for this to look like a picture, because anyway it is looking like picture. It wasn't properly illustrated, and we will get back to that point also in some time. CFG I can always play with. I don't think 10 is required here. We can go back to 8. To finish render quickly, because we are doing stuff live, I would like to stay in range of 30 so that I can quickly jump around the next thing, and we don't have to wait for everything to get completed. So now I'm happy with, let's say, the prompt and the composition. I have the bed, I have the soft colors in it, cozy soft lighting. It is, let's say, detailed, because detail adds lots of plant and objects in the scene. If I remove that and I put a minimalistic bedroom design, definitely it will remove much thing and try to give me something minimalistic. You can always have one file ready, like a notepad, digital notepad on your system, and you can always copy paste this negative prompt, so you don't have to always type. So this is one thing. Now let's see how IP adapter works. Before that, I would like to build the workflow with you guys. Simply, you have to go to IP adapter. Now you're gonna see model loader, everything, but again, when I say, let's do control net, always go to advanced, because advanced is like K sampler for that particular system that you are using, because everything has to go through this, and then we will connect it with the main K sampler. So advanced is the word. So even though you type IP adapter and you see lots of things, again, don't get overwhelmed by that. Just look for IP adapter advanced. You are done. Another simple practice you guys could do is, you know that this is model in purple, or let's say lilac color. Simply, your model should get connected. This is how the infusing other node work in ComfyUI, or you can say you made this workflow when you try to infuse and connect the dots. Okay, let's do the easy one at the beginning. Okay, image. So you need an image because
Krishna,
you know.
sorry, I'm interrupting, but I don't have the ID adapter in my search box.
You type IP adapter advanced fully.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
fully writing it,
Okay.
and it's not just resulting anything.
Okay. Can you go to the
Manager, and then
yeah, don't go to install
custom.
missing. Just go to custom node
Okay.
and type IP adapter plus.
Okay. Is this all?
Is this all you have installed? Is it showing like this or install?
Sorry. I'm just. No, it says
Is it-
no results.
No, I mean, when I say install like this, which means it's not in my system. When it shows like this, it means it's installed. So in your system, is it showing in only a black button to install, or you have this ready?
No, it's not. It's just it's not installed. I'm just installing. It said
Perfect.
plus. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. So
Thank you very much.
you can install it, and after that, do not forget to update the Comfy.
The latest
Okay.
one.
Yeah. No. Do not update entire Comfy. Just restart it. Okay. To restart, I'm gonna do here. You can just put Control and R. When you do that, it will restart like this. So if you don't see the button, after installation is done, you're gonna see the button turning into red, telling you to restart. You can simply click on that. In
Okay,
case
thank you
if
very
you
much.
don't see that, have that practice to control R always when you install or update any node or any model, please. Okay, otherwise sometime it is there on your screen but it doesn't perform because it doesn't show ComfyUI that it's connected. Sorry. Okay, image is something that we need to do to attach the image, because this to work. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. So for this, see, it is showing you the option. So you need load image because it is asking you to give an image reference. Image negative, we don't want right now. Attention mask, we will see later on. IP adapter. Now, you see in checkpoint, you have the model, which is supporting the starting point. Same way, each of these uh, group of nodes requires its own model also, which has to be compatible with the checkpoint you are attaching. So you have to drag this and see. It will ask you, it will give you some option. If you don't see a model loader, all you have to do is type model loader IP adapter. And this gray thing goes here. So now you are building this workflow slowly. Another very important part to this group is to have a clip vision. This is again turning those prompt, focusing with the IP adapter and transferring that into the render engine, which is your K sampler. So you still need a clip vision loader. So this is a clip vision loader. Now, without this 3 element, your reference image IP adapter will not work. These are very important. Now, attention mask, by name it shows that, okay, that will work when you want to mask something and you only want to change that particular area. So initially, let's start with the main thing. So now your left side is connected. Now it's the time to connect the right side of the model. So this will go to the model. Now you have to make space. So this is how it's working. So this is the group. This is the group you have. Sorry. And how it will perform right now is it will take command from your checkpoint. It will go through the positive, negative, and your model is connected. The output of this performance is connected first to IP adapter, which guide the image that, okay, please go through this section. There is something for you to read, and then please give us the required output, which means it will read what all is connected here, which is our reference image. Now, I want, let's say these are for the masking. I'm looking for, okay, this is the bedroom. Let's say this is again AI generated in ComfyUI. But let's say I want this image, whether it could be from Pinterest, it could be your own image generation. And then you want now the bedroom to look like this with help of IP adapter. Make sure always that though you have a reference image, you have to make sure that you put those elements into the image that you are giving over here. Otherwise, it won't give you the 100% result. By that, I mean this is a modern luxe style, right? With clean line, minimalistic. So I would also update editorial photo of, let's say, bedroom design. I would say contemporary minimalistic style. Cozy soft lighting, that is fine. Highly detailed. I still prefer the same composition, so I would also put that the bed to be in center of the frame. So such prompt is giving the guidance to the composition, because then the bed could be in any angle, because all you did was to mention the bed. So I always again like to write this. Second and most important, maybe you want a particular object in your scene. This looks good to me. Maybe I want not sure if it has pendant. Oh, it has pendant lamp. Okay, I won't change anything. I was about to write that what if we want pendant train. Maybe I can put a big chandelier above the bed, and that's it. Now, very important thing, sometime you could get the error here. I suppose not to get error, but let's see. Because see, these are very common error, because this happens when you have the model which is SDXL, and if this doesn't support SDXL, it won't pass through. So if this is SD15, you have to make sure that this IP adapter model supports the 15. SDXL, then it supports the SDXL. Now, where to download this? We have the data. I'm just going to share the Excel sheet and links for it. You can try, and it is also all available on Hugging Face and GitHub. Now, because I know that the real vision is SDXL, simply I'm going to click here and I'm going to look for SDXL section, which is here. You see this section from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 models are supporting SDXL, and I think there has to be some models down as well. Yeah, this is also the ones. Now, if you look at plus face, mainly this is for anime and characters, and you must seen people with the consistency of face, or they are swapping someone else's face on some other body. So to give those reference that, hey, I want this particular man or women to look like this is where the IP adapter reference works, and these are the models for that. So again, please don't get overwhelmed. Every model and everything has a logic behind it. It's just we have to identify in our industry, in design and architecture, what works. It's as simple as that. I would try to use a couple of them. Maybe this is simple. My clip vision, again, same. Okay,
Krishna,
usually, yeah.
sorry. Again, I can't attend any model to iPad model on Clip Vision. It says still undefined. Like, did you download it all from the NVIDIA? Should I also do it?
You mean all this?
Yeah, all of them. Yeah.
No, we will give you now if you download that, first you download, and while we are online, you can always try to make this workflow right now, or I'm going to share and see if you have those all models, because you should have some inbuilt also. You don't have to download each manually.
Okay. So you're saying there's a built-in, but I can change it, and it's like locked in.
You can, but you have to make sure that if your checkpoint is SDXL, you can't change it to SD15. If I put this here right now, let's say this, it will still show me the error. I don't know how it is going through. It worked. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Maybe it's been. I don't know how the result would look like, but it has to be safe tensor, because that's the file format. See, it didn't. Look at the result. it's not even close to the image that we have given.
Okay, I get
So
it.
that's a clash. That's a clash that gonna happen. Usually, 99% it should stop. It won't allow to image to pass on. Today, I don't know. Lucky day. Anyway, it didn't work for us. After this, this is by default the weight. Now, someone asked about the weight parameters. Here, it is already inbuilt. You can start by 0.50. You can go 100% and see. I always keep linear, ease in, ease out. These are style transfer. Sometimes you don't want the composition or the room. Maybe you have the reference image which is not even a bedroom. Right now what I'm showing you is using a bedroom prompt. We want to generate a bedroom and the reference image is bedroom. But let's say you have some other sort of photo and you like the color combination and style, or some nice photography that you want your interior or your architecture to match, you can always go to style transfer. So these are two very strong key point, or let's say parameters that are useful for us people while we design. So I would put linear. We can also try style transfer because we want to see the end result. Now, ComfyUI is so deep that if I open each and every parameters and show you the visuals of it, it needs more than 22 hours, and we have to finish it. So I will try to quickly show you the results live. Simply, when you tell it start at and end at, which means from the starting point, it will consider your reference image till it ends. By that, I mean, we're gonna also say that start when my image is 20% done and leave this reference when I am 90% done. So at the beginning 10% and last 10% is I'm leaving it on you, ComfyUI. That's what you are telling it, okay? See? So now with this real Excel model, I have not 100% achieve. Let's see, because this is 50%, but with 50%, I still have the pastel colors, the composition, the pendant lamp, and I also have the chandelier, right? So the other tweak I would want to make, let's see, I want you to generate 100%. Again, don't start at the beginning, use your 10%. I want and stop by 90, and we will see. Meanwhile, I'll also change this to 0. And I want to start this at 0 and finish by 1 and do it. And also we will, by the way, once you click the Q and you see the numbers are increasing, which means 1 is in render, you don't have to fold your hand and sit in front. You can always try to start tweaking and give it a next prompt, because it won't change once the command is given to that, unless it's something big file, or if your system is slow, it won't change. So I'm quickly trying to add, let's say I want to style transfer and hit. See, now this is the second image. And this is another image. So it is getting there. Now I have 100%. I'm asking it to transfer the style. I'm starting at 0, finishing 1. So I want that to look full-fledged. I think the chandelier is making our photo look little weird. Okay, let's try this. Editorial photo, lounge interior, contemporary style, sofa in brown velvet, cozy soft lighting, chandelier in the middle of the room. And now that we're experimenting, I am going as raw as possible, but because once you have the practice and once you have the command over it, you know that you don't want this to wait, because if you give more than one, it may also take the composition and you will see the bed place in the lounge room. Let's try. I want this style to start at 30% and I want to stop at 85, and I want to keep this as a linear, or maybe I want a strong style transfer, maybe. No, I will keep linear. And let's see. See? So now imagine if you have initially last year till April and June, I was struggling if I have a reference submission, and if client were told me that, okay, Krishna, don't bring picture from Pinterest. And I'm like, okay, I'm using AI, I can bring new ideas. It was initially very hard to convince them that this are from the same, for the same house, because the flow and the style was varying so much. One would be colorful, one would be very creative, one we cannot control the style. And then they used to easily catch that, okay, this is not, let's say they would say this is not original. Now with such advanced, let's say, node and style reference thing, you can still make this look like one house. Now if you change your prompt to dining, it will stay within same range. Again, I would do 80% of style transfer and see how it goes. Now let's this is image to image. What if I have a hand sketch of building? Okay. Okay, I'm saving this file and let's change our, okay, see, this is the, so it is complete taking the soft lights and the style. If you notice, look at the floor. So that's the power of IP adapter. And again, why people say that, okay, this is good because you can control everything. You can control the process here, everything, and then the output will be at your disposal. Now, to make it more nice, you can also add 40. What I always do, maybe it will give you a clear object picture and not too much of cluttered composition. So that's what IP adapter does. These notes I have, it's just, see, I'm telling here, play with the weight, control the effect between 0 to 1 to 2, good range to play. Yeah, 1 equals to 100% here, but you can also sometime overdo, and that is maximum till 120, because I have tried that. By the way, this is the result with more step, which is looking little better compared to the previous ones. So I want you guys to keep practicing. I'm going to share again this workflow. And this is how IP adapter works. Okay, before we close down, let me change this image of hand sketch and let's put this to editorial photo of, give me some good architectural prompt, guys. Of what? Of building facade, right? What style I would put? Classic? No. Colonial style building. And before anything, because you are giving hand sketch, lots of people complain that IP adapter is not working because the reference is as strong as your prompt. So please do not confuse the AI to have different command, otherwise it will go into places. Make sure that here you have hand sketch off, hand sketch of a building facade, colonial style, let's say landscape, landscape. I'm not good with the landscape thing. I don't know any other term. Maybe I'll just put a landscape with blooming pink flower. This is completely random, guys. You can always give me, and I'm not putting any camera because again, this is hand sketch. I don't want again that to get confused and follow my camera name or stuff. Let's see what result it comes up with. I forgot to change the parameter. Always start from either 0.50 or 1 because then you know from where you can start controlling it. Let's say 0, 1. Okay. So good. Let's see by 1 how much it works. It gave me landscape, it gave me pink, it made also building pink. You see a nice colonial pilasters jutting out from the wall, arc window. So do you guys agree that we are able to control the results so far? Hi, everyone.
I'm trying in the background.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah. So yeah. So let's say I want, see, when you are there exploring as a designer, I think the first thing they teach us in university is observe everything. I would also don't mind to write that it's on a canvas, old canvas, and the outline of the building is highlighted by pen or black pen. The more, again, it is under your control. It's just the result that you want. You can still get it. I'm just showing you the basics of it. Now this gave you one weight, start and ending. I think we clear everything, right? Also, we did the style transfer. So this is what IP adapter does initially when you don't have anything to mask out. And then I will show you one more thing, what IP adapter does. And then this is what it works. It does. We must now let this finish and I will show you how the mask thing works. Okay, so we are getting there. I think I just did the style transfer without changing the background, and see, this is where it is bothering me because this is completely on the canvas. You can see that it's on a old paper, and here everything is colored. Therefore, it is bothering my eyes. But again, this is just to show you guys. This is how it works. Let's say if I don't put hand sketch and I say photo of a building facade. With this parameters, it shouldn't change much, but always keep this practice that your prompt and your reference is absolutely parallel to get the desired result rather than randomly just giving the, okay, it still works here. It still gave me a pink rose landscape and a colonial style. I'm happy. But yeah, this is how IP adapter works. I would like to add this mask thing, but it won't work much with this image. We will have to change this back to the interior thing. Let's say I will just copy my prompt just to make the process much faster. Okay, this is too much, but let's see. Okay, the prompt says editorial photography lounge, interior photography. It is again to give a pressure to the composition. Sofa, rich velvet, chairs to be artwork center. Okay, okay, sage green color. Let's see. Oh, sorry. I think I supposed to. Oh. I'll hate it to attach this as a reference because it is proportionally wrong, and I don't want again that to get confused. But let's see, this is handy right now. That's what we have. I think I downloaded it. Okay. Okay, see, with that painting thing, it's nice. So this is again another exploration that, see, if this is my image and let's say I want to show the interior of this, I can have the same reference image, change my prompt, and it will still give me a good result. Now, this is very helpful. I will just tell you the use cases. If there are still, in Dubai, everything is bling bling. You show them the sketch and they will consider that you're not finished with your job. And then you always have to show the very strong photorealistic images. But I think in Europe and other places, I have also friends in Barcelona, they are still practicing the sketch and the water thing, because for them, the belief is you still have the chances of playing with the final result is open. So if you have meeting with client and to show them where the design is getting developed, you can use such sketch, watercolor effect to make it more personal. So this is again a use case. Let's jump into, I have attached this reference image, and let's find a nice, let me see the image and I will tell you what exactly we should get. By the way, this is taking 22 seconds. So we are talking about 20 to 25 seconds to get the images. Okay, this image I have ready, and I want to change this coffee table, and I want coffee table, different coffee table. Let's see. By the way, try to look for high resolution images and as clear as possible. Say, if I want this coffee table and it has too many things happening, the chances are that to confuse your outcome is high. Just search more and see, you're gonna get very clear image, good resolution, and just have it saved. Now, all we are doing is we gonna mask the area that we want to change. What I have to do is I have to attach this photo as the picture that I want to use. I will try to fix my seed. Okay, it was at this, so let's keep and not change. And all you have to do is to do right click on it, and you have to look for the command, the tool called Open Mask Editor. There is another way to do that, is Open SAM Detector. What it does is you have to click the points and try to detect. You see, it detected the table. Okay, and then save to node. When you do that, your table is detected. But the problem I have with here is it detected the table and still this thing is visible where my reference image is something else. Let me also load that here. Now I want to place this. So I always have this tendency to open in mask editor because that's more quick for me, just to set up and manually do that. Because I know the shape of my table, I don't mind to select this area and always leave little room. Like if this is the edge of your table, make sure the selector has the edge hardness less. This is the highest, this is almost lowest. And I will cut down the thickness and little more, so it has room. Otherwise, believe me, you're gonna see those lines clashing with the new thing that you have. Now just save it. Now this is your mask. Now this mask you want to connect to this, but then what is the image that you want this to replace with? This is where this image mask thing comes. But the tweak here is you don't have room to attach the reference, right? So all you have to do is copy and recreate another group, and you have to attach this as a mask. You guys are following, right?
I'm following.
Yeah. Okay. Now you have to make sure that the process starts from here. It should go through this. It should go through this, and then it should reach to the final image. Now for that, putting latent thing aside, and you have to make sure that this model is connected to this. So instead of K sampler, let this model go into this. And then this should go. Now because I'm trying to connect this will automatically get detached. Okay, so now this process will happen here, something will get cooked, then it goes here, and you are cooking only the table here. You have given the reference, and this is the image. This is the mask. This parameters won't change because it's the same model and you are not tweaking much. Let's not change any parameters here. And first I would like to see the change. Now with the IP adapter, there is one thing that it may change little bit of entire image. And for that, to resolve that, rather than keep tweaking this, they have control net. So that's the next thing that we're gonna see. Let's see the result here. Now see, it changed the image and it didn't get us the table that we want. I would still add this thing. It is there. So again, they have control net, they have in painting, but it is always good to try if the composition works without changing much and you get the result that you want. No, it's hardly changing because I did not even change the. No, I will still keep same. Let's try the other way. I want this model to connect. And this here, and this to process. See, that's why I like to go to the basics of it, because if you know how the workflow process, it's always easy for you to determine what could be the possibility of you not getting those results.
Yeah, that's amazing. Really,
Yeah, it's lengthy. I'm not sure within, even if we are spending so much of time, we could get through everything. But yeah, these are the basic. I think after this session and one more control net, everything else should be fast, because you guys will develop, especially tonight. I request you guys to have something practiced. There is something I'm missing
Share
here.
this workflow with us as well.
Yeah, every workflow that we are discussing, let them have all, so they understand. And I would, yeah. Because I do have in painting a very strong reference image. We already checked, but this should work. It should work. The problem, it's not moving. It's still working. No, it's not happening. I'm doing something here. It's obviously not a style transfer. It has to be linear for sure. Okay, we'll try one more time. Sorry, guys. But definitely, this is one of the use cases. It should definitely work, because that's how the IP adapter meant to be. I'm going to select this, Control B. All I'm trying to do now is, let's generate image without any reference initially. Okay, so we have this image. I'll save on the desktop. And then it is definitely the mask should go, and the model should travel through. This is the workflow has no thing, but I think I'm swapping something which we have to figure out. Disk editor. Let's say I still prefer the composition to have the vase on top of table, so I'm not touching it much. And then I am uploading the photo. Fingers crossed. Oh, just 1 minute. I know this error. Okay. So we had to update this value, because I think I built new workflow without updating this. Linear. And the same thing goes here. By the way, this and this goes same. You don't have to pick different model all the time. I pick this. And now try. Oh, linear. See how easy it is for us to understand where are we making mistake. It immediately gets you the written complaint, and also it gets the thing gets highlighted. Okay, I think I would understand something to see if this is my problem. It's completely changing the thing. No, because I did not attach this as a mask. Let's see. When you practice, I'm sure you'll be able to understand why I'm jumping and how easy it is once you know the basics to figure out where you're making mistake, because you know the core of how this workflow has been built. So it should be easy for all of us to understand. It's not changing. Celine, what I can do is I would have to try and figure out the exact thing. And tomorrow when we start, I think this is the first thing we're going to look at, maybe 10-15 minutes, because I feel, yeah, this is where the denoise also work. So let's see if that's my problem. Oh, sorry, I did not even change it.
Maybe the library of some custom nodes are just updated. Sometimes it happens to me as well.
Yeah, or it could be denoise, only this thing, because workflow has no problem. That's the way to go. And we used to attach like more than 5 IP adapter, because sometimes we want to change the sofa along with the table and add the chandelier. So masking is also right. Yeah. Okay, I'm taking note of this, guys. We will figure this out. But I am really want you guys to see that with IP adapter, you can mask out stuff and also change without getting into the in-painting, for sure.
I think this workflow would just like help a lot of us, just like without trying to in-paint, but just directly referencing the images from the IP adapters. That's amazing.
Yeah, but at least I won't confuse everyone by giving them the additional thing which is not working right now for us.
Yep.
At least take
The
this
clean
one.
version.
Yeah, at least the clean version to start practicing the image reference thing. And then we will mask it out. But definitely I will not leave any one of you showing without how mask works.
Like this much is also like helps us a lot. So we were just like staying tuned.
Yeah. I just want to render and assure that I did not damage anything else. See,
Yeah.
it is not now also taking the reference.
Sometimes
so
I
there
get
is
the
something.
error as well, Krishna.
Yeah.
I'm like basically just running through the terminal again, the whole systems, and it's quickly just like resolves. I don't know how, but in Turkey we call it as a Turkish method to close it up and open it up again.
Yeah,
Usually
that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I cannot shut down the system, but I'm trying to refresh and see if it is refreshing in my script. So I will change this into, I understand now, but it was working before better with different prompt also. We will just put hand sketch of, and let's see.
So you add a trigger word actually. Somehow like model,
Yeah.
not to mix the references.
Yeah, yeah. Because I think it's somewhere in my, it's supposed to be, there has to be. No, this is not my correct Canva. I am going to share same workflow and see if that changes the way it changed before for us guys. Because I think we have, I have some script issue which is not running. So usually in this condition, very easy, you shut down the system and restart and just check that everything is updated. That's it. No, it's not working. So definitely this is a last attempt, Celine, just to make sure that we get going. No,
Okay.
usually we don't give up easily, but see, there is something. There's something has happened for sure.
It all happens to us like we can't figure out the.
Yeah, sometime you just go to your output. I will go to, if I don't want to close, let's say. Yeah,
This has
and just drag. Sorry?
Gayatri has a command. He says that you must load the sketch image of the living room in the canvas. And I
No,
guess
no, Gayatri,
already
because
did it.
no, Gayatri, because if you have follow along, we had this sketch and we did interior with the same green sofa. I'll just show you here. That's what I'm trying to pull. So that's what the whole point of IP adapter, that you want to transfer the style. So even if your image is not the sofa, you should get the same style like we will do now here. See, I drag the previous generation. So we have the same reference. Let's not change it. We have the lounge thing. And let me also mention here that it's a sketch. And sketch. See?
Yeah, it kind
It
of worked.
turned. It worked. So I would still share this workflow with the team.
Mhm.
This one, huh?
Yes, this is
Let's make sure. See, it is giving the same sketch. So that's the whole point. It's not necessarily have to be the same composition. Composition can be any. Your prompt and composition that you want should be same, and the reference image is only the style that you would want to transfer. That's what we will do.
It's
Let me
like the
try.
Midjourney's SREF reference, like that, right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's say I have this retro futuristic image. Let's see how it will affect here, and then I can immediately share this thing. Celine, you have your WhatsApp open on this system? right now?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I sent you one link of my Instagram page. Okay, guys, look. So, see, it adopted the style of this holographic, shiny leather. And on the same composition, it transferred the style. You see? So, though it's not the same composition, it just adopted the style. That's the whole idea of IP adapter.
I
Celine,
shared
can
the
you?
Instagram link into our ComfyUI workshop group.
Yeah. Share and just open. I want them to see the third image so that I can explain them what to expect.
I'm just sharing my screen. I need a minute.
Sure. Shall I stop sharing
you
my
can
screen?
stop if you want.
Yeah.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
I should
Just go to page 1. Yeah.
I think
2.
this is the page 1, right?
Yeah. Page 1, 2, 3. Just go ahead. You will see the brown sofa and the table. This one. So guys, this sofa and this table that you see in first image and second, that is done without any control net, just by using IP adapter with the exact same workflow that I'm trying to show you guys. So I had these 2 different scene. All I did was I masked the area and I added this sofa from Google, this table, and not 100%, but as you can see that if you show in presentation that we are thinking of this line of furniture to put in your place and see, at least you can show them a clear picture, right? So this is the result that we are trying to achieve, and I'm gonna get you this first thing tomorrow. Let's spare 10 minutes to figure this out, that where I made a mistake. Right now, you can close now this screen.
Okay.
Thank you, Celine. Thank you so much.
Problem at all.
I have opened so many.
So many tabs on the browsers right now.
Yeah. So this perfectly works. So mask thing we're gonna see tomorrow. I'm gonna download this right away. And I would name this IP adapter for reference image. Okay. And into, I think again I have to jump to the Google thing. Yeah,
I'll
here.
just have the link.
Yeah, here.
Uh,
I think we should keep this link
Okay.
open
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I can
yeah.
share. Yeah. Okay, it's uploaded, guys.
I'm just downloaded.
Yeah. Okay, jumping. Shall I continue?
We can, I guess. Or
Okay.
if you're just like tired, we can also like continue tomorrow.
No, but ask everyone because we have Flux tomorrow, which is lengthy. I will just cover one more workflow
Okay.
to turn the 3D into the render. And let's see, this is the very latest update. As you can see, it was sent to us 19 hours ago.
Mhm.
This Lumina image, now that I have downloaded the model, let's understand if we can pull this and see if we can really get this result. One more thing, now I guess everyone has clear idea that when you get such blog by the developer or from your friend or the community you are part of, they will always write, even Civit AI, they will always write that, see, download the Ceph tensors and put it in your ComfyUI model checkpoint. So sometime you have it downloaded, it's there on your system, but if it is not in correct folder, it won't work. So just make sure that after we solve the IP adapter thing, to make sure that what is unit, what should go to which folder. So that will make our life easier. Today morning, I mean, while we were conducting this thing, I downloaded this Lumina 2. I'm gonna copy. Later, I'm gonna delete because this is 10 GB. It takes space if I just copy and paste there. So right now, I'm just going to copy, paste. I'll go to app, ComfyUI, model, and checkpoints. This is where it should be.
I'm also copying the link to download the Lumina Image 2.0.
Yeah, one more thing I would like to try. I think my Gmail has 200 GB, 100 GB use. I use already. I want to share and try. No, because you know why? Where this all space is gone? I have
Why?
created a complete package for one click with all this workflow for
Wow.
everyone. So yeah, so we're gonna test it with Khan first thing tomorrow, maybe morning, and then update them.
Okay.
Let's say new, and let me try if I can give you guys this so you don't have to download. Maybe just download from G Drive if it makes sense.
But you will just like your data package will suffer from it. So I think
Once
also
it's
just
okay. Once it's gone, maybe I can delete, but it is the same thing. Celine, look at this. To download on my G Drive, it is showing me 58, 57. So it's the same time, I guess.
yeah, probably. I'm
So
just
I'm gonna
trying to
stop
download it right now.
Yeah.
It will just like take me 1 hour to do as well.
Okay, guys. Then we have to manually download. Sorry. Okay. Let's say I am opening this thing here and I want to drag and drop. No, they haven't attached that workflow. So I will go to my email and okay, they have on Hugging Face, they have the JSON. So you download JSON. You can also see this is PNG. The one I saved was JPEG, so it couldn't open. Let's try this as well. I'm going
Krishna, can
back
you
to my
copy the link as well to the chat? This page, because I couldn't find it. I think mine is just like all the one.
sorry, the link page or the one I just
The
opened?
link of the Hugging Face page where you just downloaded the JSON file, like this page link.
Aha. Sure. Copy.
Mine, I think,
You know,
is
the
different.
confusion is, yeah, the confusion is because I'm using two browser, Chrome and this thing. Therefore, I'm juggling between two. Okay, I will just write a caption. This is for Lumina 2.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I think most of you guys are architect, so I feel so bad of showing you bedrooms and so let's see some of the prompt that I use to generate some facade for our retail showroom projects. This was the famous one with the balloon inflated thing. Okay, should I use this one?
We can, I guess.
Look how concise the prompt is and look at the result. Sometimes you don't have to tell much, especially when you're clueless and all you want is some beautiful concepts to come to spark that idea in you. And then from there on, always we have this traditional practice of tweaking stuff and doing it. Now, I am also doing, guys, for the first time, so just bear with me. We're gonna open the Luma thing. I just downloaded, right? Example workflow. Okay. Now, this means I have everything it requires installed in my system. Therefore, I did not get the red notice, guys. Okay. Always keep these notes from friend or anyone has shared because that helps you, because sometimes you are making mistake below which they know that it's common and you may have missed to read this. So it is saying you are an assistant. Okay, so basically it shows that this is LLM, this understand more of an LLM language. So you can write now exaggerated stuff like you are an assistant. Text before actual prompt is one used in the official. The reason it's exposed to the user like this is because still works modify to remove. The official way to sample this model is shift 6 with 32 steps. Okay. I would try this as it is. That's the first practice. It is showing me the error. Could not detect the model checkpoints. But we had the checkpoints, right? I added this into checkpoints, which means I have to refresh, restart. Okay, it's here now. Why it is still showing error when it is here? Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'll shut down the Comfy. Just to restart, let's check one more time. This is my ID. I have ComfyUI models checkpoint. Yeah, we do have Lumina and it is complete. 10 GB. Okay. Close my script, refresh, and try to open this again. Okay, to solve, let's see if we have any custom missing nodes which are not highlighted. The problem is you guys don't have this, otherwise we could have tried in other system whether it's getting same error. Celine.
I'm currently downloading the model right now, so
Yeah. No, it doesn't show anything missing. Sorry. In my system. Restarting one more time. I have for sure some error. See, because it is there in the right folder. See, Could not detect the
Try to
model
update
type.
ComfyUI.
Mm, I don't know how long it will take. I hope it finishes
Probably
faster.
take some times, but
Yeah. Okay, see, it's successfully updated. Now I close and refresh. Tolga, this is also one way of, because this is running since last night, I should also sit and clear the cache. Logs and setting, I think it's a trace. Okay, let's see. I really don't know. As you guys saw, it's recently uploaded, whether it's for everyone or it's only me who's getting this problem.
I will
Let's
try it
see.
as well when the model finishes downloading. Maybe it's
Yeah,
related with their workflow, like somehow like
yeah,
the model isn't adapted to ComfyUI.
yeah. See, I uploaded another this thing and see whether that works for us. Change the VAE. No, same thing.
I think your
So
setup is
basically,
somehow gets blocked.
I don't know. It normally doesn't happen like this, but let's see. Maybe after restarting, I can try again. So now the next way of using the use cases is 3D to image, 3D to render. Why I say that is sometimes you have a very raw 3D
Mass
model,
model.
or let's say a head sketch or a perspective, and you want that to get rendered with the copy color markers. So it's sketch to sketch only, not a photorealistic render. So for that, I use two different workflow. The reason is again to get the control of giving more references. Before that, I think I shouldn't miss this out. We did not discuss how LoRa works, because if we clear this, this will help us also to understand how Flux and other system works. So guys, this is our default workflow. You have checkpoint, you have positive, negative prompt, case sampler, code, and the save image. Now, you have heard a lot about LoRa, right? The term LoRa, which is low rank adaptation models, which means those are open source model half trained, and then you can just infuse it by giving more of your reference and train to act with the elements or the composition and basically the style that you want. LoRa can be used as multiple, or you can also have one LoRa. But the thing between LoRa and IP adapter, the use cases are same. So if you want to generate a certain reference, you will always open IP adapter because you have the reference and then you have the prompt ready, and then you want to guide by giving that image that, okay, this is the final result that I want. LoRa works in same way. Someone asked me that why you can't infuse the IP adapter along with the LoRa, but then for me, practically, it clashes because LoRa itself is to guide with the reference, right? So let's see the practical example of it. So I choose my checkpoint. Let's say, again, it applies everywhere, whether it's control net, IP adapter, LoRa, or anything, that if your checkpoints are supported to SDXL, your LoRa has to be XL model. Flux, if you are using Flux model, your LoRa should support to the Flux. So if it is not compatible, because they use the same source to train it. That's the reason behind it. So you can't clash the SD with Excel, basically. Let's see what I have here. Okay, architecture sketch, a curvy museum designed by, okay. I think this prompt I have taken from somewhere to study the reference. By the way, this is the basic workflow. Double click and find LoRa. Load LoRa will be your, sometime when you don't see the same structure, don't worry, because they have updated so many nodes. So the parameters and everything is same. Maybe they will just have the different structure to it. So guys, I don't want you to worry for that. So now it is hard for me to explain you guys that why we have such result. Probably the LoRa here has this style. So let's start from scratch. If I can get you something from Civit AI. And let's say LoRa's. Or say architecture. Okay, this is good. Okay. Let's see how long this takes to download. Okay, so the name of this LoRa is Marker Hand Sketch. It's downloaded already. All I'm doing is I will cut this and paste in my app ComfyUI model and LoRa's. Because this is, let me confirm one more time. Okay, this supports SD15. See, so if I try to infuse this with SDXL, it might not work. So let's keep this in mind, and therefore I have different model in my different folders in my model, so I myself don't get confused. So again, models. Sorry, LoRa's SD15, and I will add this here. So now I have the marker sketch. I'll go back to my Comfy. Let's refresh the page, reload the page. And I will simply go and check the list file, and I should have it here. The name was Marker Hand Sketch. Marker Hand Sketch, here it is. Same way that we discussed previously, it can affect the model strength. Usually we start with these numbers because when you open, always make sure, don't only look for the photo and download it. You have to make sure that you should know the base model. These are trigger words, which means LoRa works by trigger words. You have to make sure that we add somewhere in our prompt this kind of word so that it triggers the right output. Click show more, and sometime it's not written here, but sometime they would specifically mention that how many steps it works best with. It could start with 1, it could start with 0.30. So the previous model, I had this instruction from the creator of that particular LoRa. So I had that, and I would continue checking with the same. Let's see. You see? Now, if I compare the sketch, they have the different result generated. We are close a bit, but not 100%. To do that, we can always try to tweak the parameters and see if that works. I wouldn't recommend you to jump very high with the number drastically, because with LoRa, sometime even when you less down the strength, it gives you best result, especially when you don't have the instruction from the person who created it, from creator. Always try to stay within the range of lower number instead of high number. So here what we did, I actually added the number, I increased the number. I'm using the same seed, fixed one, step CFG. I don't want to change anything there. By the way, this LoRa here is not doing anything much. This is one of the LoRa where I have downloaded for only detail enhancement. So if there are some distortion happening, it will prevent to go drastically different. So if I don't use that, that works, but let's not remove it. Again, I think we discussed this, Control B. I want to bypass this. Let's play with the less strength and see how this works. By the way, I'm not sure whether we change the trigger words. Let me see again. It was marker painting and hand sketch. Okay, I would say marker painting of a curvy museum. And let's see if this triggers. It doesn't make much change with the value. So I think we will stay within the range of 70, 80. But I would definitely turn on the detail enhancer, because let's not get weird shapes and composition in the scene. So again, I'm going to click on that and Control B. See, I lowered the value and the result started changing. I think I will increase to high and see what happens. This is too much to do 120. I don't want the image to completely look different than what we have tried so far. But let's see how it comes. Yeah, I think we will stay within the range of 70 or 75 and 40 here. And then let's see. So infusing LoRa into basic workflow is the easiest way we could do. But please do not use it with IP adapter. It doesn't really make sense. But it is, again, a very custom way to have, because sometimes if these are the open sources, they are giving out there and allowing us to try their trained model. But let's say sometime when you use someone else's image and put it there and try to create something, it doesn't look personal if it is too close to the reference image, unless it's only for the conceptual presentation purpose. So overall, that's it for LoRa. That's how usually it works. There's not much unless you try to bring a completely different LoRa. And let's see what else we have.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
If we use multiple LoRa's and which one is the first use? Is it important, or change the picture image? Not wait. The first and after we use different LoRa's.
Yeah,
Effect.
I got your point. So I put the detail enhancer later because let's say I want to pass through this and then to give the other processor to process the image. To answer your question, the order doesn't matter as far as you have control your strength of the model. So let's say I bring another LoRa and I put in between these, or I put at last. Usually I prefer the detail enhancer to put last. So if I bring any other LoRa which has something to do with the design, I would definitely put in between these two. Or maybe I'll put that ahead of this because let's say I want that to be higher effective to my image. So I have one number weight there, and then I'm gradually going down. So second LoRa, I only want 60% of it. So if intentionally you are asking that intentionally we swap this placement of it and it will affect result, absolutely no. All you have to understand is how easy it is for you to read that my first model of LoRa should impact more on my outcome and the second will impact less. Therefore, that is 100%, this is 60%. At last, you use enhancer. Sometimes you don't even have to use enhancer. Again, it depends on the LoRa. If it's well trained, you don't even need an enhancer. So
Thank
that's
you.
what I would say. Don't stress yourself about whether you are on right order or no. As far as you gain control over tweaking the strength and start getting your samples close to the image that you have imagined, you are good to go.
Thank you.
And there is always a difference when someone is talking, and though I'm showing you guys, but when you have this in front of you and when you put your hands on, the experience and the thought process will really change everything. So I really request you all to really try and put your hands on. This is really a nice tool to work with. So that's it for LoRa. Apart from LoRa, we supposed to discuss all of this. Celine, does everyone has a strength, or we could push this?
I think we will just like figure it out when we just like deal with the hands-on session first. So
Yeah.
today I guess we had like a lot of information to process right now, but
Yeah.
for the LoRa, I think it's clear. So I think we can just like try it by our own to just
Yeah.
adapt the different models.
Do everyone agree? Is everyone okay with that? Mirai has a question asking which one is more useful for producing similar images, LoRa or IP adapter? Want to add prompt step by step and see difference in each added prompt. Which one is better? IP adapter, Mirai. IP adapter is the answer because LoRa, you can only tweak the strength. Where IP adapter, sure mask works. I'm going to show it to you. You have the option whether you only want the style to transfer, you want the composition to get transferred. So you have more control. So the more control you have, the better result you get. And IP adapter again can also be multiple. So don't worry that with IP adapter you will get stuck to one image, and with LoRa you can use multiple LoRa's. With IP adapter you can add images and process that workflow and just tweak again the weight. That's it. But just make sure that you have model, which is your checkpoint, passing through IP adapter 1, then IP adapter 2, and third, whatever at last you put should connect it to the K sampler. So it's just like connect the dots without having any open joints. Otherwise, the render will fall out. It's simple. It's just bridging those connection and understanding the model. That's it.
So
Any
you
other
good?
questions?
Go. I
Yeah.
was just asking for the community to have any questions.
Yeah, it's also the hard one, I guess. The IP adapter, Mirai. Uh, I'm okay. I'm sharing. I have already shared the workflow. I would advise do not look at it at the beginning. Just remember that you have the basic workflow and you have IP adapter manager. That's it. And then try to find that what open dots that you have to connect with your image, with two models, which are again very fixed thing to do with, and how the entire group gets connected. Once you know that, the rest will follow. Otherwise, we will cover this session tomorrow. What I'm planning, everyone, and Selene, is Flux is just like a checkpoint that we have seen different Real Vision and Juggernaut. But the way the structure works for the workflow is quite different. And there is one thing that I want everyone also to understand, how you can resize your outcome. So to do that, when you do that, the IP adapter plays role and ControlNet. ControlNet is also part of Flux and it also part of SDXL. So if I leave the ControlNet from today's session, tomorrow ControlNet can be explained for model number 1 SDXL and second Flux. So I think everyone will have little more room to adopt. Yeah. How do you transfer materials from a mood board reference image in IP adapter into result? Suppose I want to create a living room with those material mood board. Can you show us case like that? Definitely, Gayatri, if you give me time for tomorrow, because it is simple. I will have my mood board, but how mood board works, I can show you one sample in my Midjourney. Because somehow my IP adapter seems damaged. Therefore, it did not allow us to do. So I'm scared of opening that page again. But let's say, okay. Okay, say this is my mood board. Okay. Now, the prompt of my mood board is swatches, top down. Okay, I have Calcutta white, beige velvet. It came as brown. By the way, brown is a leather, polished brass, a little piece here, charcoal wood piece. It gave me a piece instead of the swatch. Miniature sofa did not came here in this generation, but I had generated a lot of this mood board and it came. Now, usually what I do is when you want this to go as reference, I'll not let go Gayatri disappointed. Okay, so where's the IP adapter thing? We just shared, right? Okay, IP adapter. Not sure again, Gayatri, whether it 100% works since this is damaged, but let's upload the mood board. Now, I will also, usually I write this prompt somewhere safe, or usually I also write in Midjourney. I will copy the prompt, not because it's Midjourney, but I copy because I don't want to change the Calcutta to Satwario, because you are trying to prove that you are developing the same batch of materials into the rendered scene. So let's say I would put editorial photo of a lounge. Oh, of a lounge. Interior design photography. Okay. Here I would change. I would first copy paste. This is where my plus thing helped me to really understand. that where I'm doing wrong or whether I'm going okay. Okay, I will see these words such as finishes and mood board can trigger the mood boards and it can ruin the composition. So I would remove anything with a triggering word. I would never mention top-down view, otherwise it will ruin the perspective. Okay, now you have Calcutta marble on your mood board. When we visualize in traditional practice, basically where you want Calcutta, at what, let's say, what material you want Calcutta to be. Let's say I want Calcutta white coffee table. Okay, so without changing, I would just put coffee table. Oh, sorry. Coffee table with Calcutta marble, white marble, velvet beige fabric sofa, brown leather chairs with chrome legs. Always try to improvise in your composition by using a good prompt. I cannot use chrome because I have mentioned polished brass. Okay, I would still continue polished brass. Okay, charcoal wood piece. Okay, we have to use charcoal somewhere, though it's not clear, but it's nice with given composition. I would still put charcoal wood piece. Charcoal wood. Yeah, finish. Side table. Miniature. No, it cannot go miniature. I would not put studio light because that's meant for the product photography. Minimalistic. I would still add balanced composition. Now, if you have noticed, I'm not writing a style. I'm not putting contemporary, Memphis to confuse with too much of colors or pattern. And then I'm going to hit the hue. Let's see if it works. I'm not big fan of rendering my mood boards to the ComfyUI. To be honest, what I do, I always render that in Midjourney, and the output which is there, because I feel I can control my prompts more, that lounge I will put here and then put my area to give a reference. So I get the proper lounge. Okay. Not bad. We are getting there, but let's see. This is the result so far. So I think it adopted a little bit. Yes, it gave me the Calcutta white, which somehow matches. I did not see that we have Emperador light marble also. I should have been given this somewhere, maybe the floor or maybe the top of the side table. It tried to do something with charcoal, but did not succeed. Calcutta goes on wall also. But yeah, this is the result. And let's see what strength we had here. Okay, I had one strength. I don't want that to get ruined, but let's see if we increase what happened and if we decrease what happens. And if I copy same prompt, and if I take this as my image URL, let me see, I can't see. Okay, if I'm copying that same prompt and I have this in Midjourney, oh, I think I have to copy it. Just checking if everything is added. Let's see what we get, because this is how I practice. I would love to play here, take the image and render, but I'm happy that we are also getting not bad results. See? So we are still close. I think only part which is missing to convince us that it is not the exact is this particular brown color is not getting anywhere. So to do that, I would take coffee table, brown leather chairs. Okay. Polish chairs with polished brass legs. I hope this works. And before doing anything, let's close your IP adapter, your reference. And now you have nothing, only with your prompt, render it. This is also good practice, everyone, to gain a confidence that you know what you're doing and now AI is under your control. I'm not giving any reference, just played with the prompt and let's see what we are getting. Okay, see? So basically, the prompt that I have should get me this. It is giving me the brass, Calcutta, black thing, everything is there. Now, I will unlock my reference and ask it again to do the same. And never settle for few renders. Like, do not get fascinated by, oh, this is looking really great. Always keep exploring, because it's same model. I don't know how this phenomena work. I'm not an AI coder or expert, but the more you keep generating within the same workflow and the model, believe me, after 5-7 generation, you get a better results. As if it's understanding you more, the more you try to tweak and to continue doing the same thing with it. See? So yeah, you can still render. And then again, when I get a successful work tomorrow with this IP adapter thing, I would like to mask this chair out and put the exact chair, which looks like, which is cladded in the same fabric, and put into the scene, and then show this mood board with this render to make client understand that we are going with the same flow. Mid journey, again, as I said and expected, look at the results. So it is giving me what is there on my mood board. See? It has emperador, it only doesn't have the charcoal, because in my mood board also it's not clear. So if this is my mood board and this is the picture, it convinced me that I'm getting little closer. So again, usually I do this, and I take the perfect image and put in Comfy the image that I render. But this is also a good practice to do, directing. Yeah, Gayatri. Anyone else? Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Are you all, I'm expecting all of you again to join tomorrow because we have a lot to explore, and I want, do not stop. And especially the group that we have, the community, Umai, I don't want us to look like only a bulletin where we throw the updates. Please be vocal about what all you have learned. If you have used the workflow or ideas that we shared and you have achieved something, feel free to other community members, because it encourages us and other people that this community, what we are exploring, is really working and helpful. And we will continue to deliver like everything possible for you guys.
We're also excited to share the results with the rest of the group. Like after this workshop, maybe all the participants will just like provide a workflow or just like an image that they created using these workflows. We can post it in the social media as well as like a quick mini exhibition of this workshop.
Yeah, and this doesn't end here, guys. We have WhatsApp group, and Gayatri and other Indian architects, they are directly in touch. Selena, I would love you to join them into the group and to make them part of community, because this doesn't end. If you guys take some rest, and after that today evening or tomorrow morning when you are trying this workflow and you get stuck somewhere, take your phone, share a screenshot on WhatsApp, and we'll be as immediate as possible to answer and help you solve the issue. And I think Khan and Celine are already working on resolving the installation problem for those who have the installation problem.
Right now, I'm posting the general Umai Lab group and the chat box, and I will also copy the link of our workshop group as well in a minute. Yes. For the ones who just like welcomed us through Krishna, can join us as well. Mostly our conversations in Turkish, since our like community is founded in Turkey, but we would love to hear about your voice as well, including your like processes.
No, it's simple. Yeah, now WhatsApp also has Meta AI. Everyone can translate immediately in their language and understand. Let's adopt this new technology and language, or let's have no boundaries for anything.
Yeah, we're also like trying to adapt this video recordings in multiple languages as well. For example, today we had like an English speaking person as like the collaborator, so we will probably have like the Turkish subtitles when we upload the recording in the YouTube.
Yeah, amazing. So, for those who bared with us, bared with me and the glitch that we had for so long, really appreciated. I think you guys are the most passionate people to stay with us for so long.
It was just like inspiring, I guess. Like we had to process a lot and we have to like have hands-on experience. I just like a couple of times tried to just adapt to the prompt and IP adapter thing, but I definitely want to like just like deal with it in a larger time. So I was just planning to work on that tonight as well.
Yeah, great. We'll have perks tomorrow to share, like lots of workflows and things that you can try by your own pace. And as said, we are always open, whether it got covered in this small session or no. We enjoy, because end of the day we are community and we are a research and development team. So let's get this best out of these tools.
So if anybody has any questions, ask right now, or we will just like leave the time for the Krishna. She's supposed to be tired, but she seems not. So
I can continue, guys. All I want is the acknowledgement that you guys have same energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That Laura's happy to do. Okay. So thank you for everyone who joined us for today. And we will also just join tomorrow as well. And we expect everyone to share their results on the journey through the WhatsApp group. So we will keep in touch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks,
for
everyone.
sharing.
Thanks, Talga. Thank you. Thank you, Mirai. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mansi. Esra, I think Esra had issue with installation and she's still here with us following
we
along.
followed through the session. I hope she can follow along.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Serene. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Mr. Sadiq. Thank you,
You're welcome. It was pleasure, as always.
Thank you. Going to see you all tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
See you then. Bye.
Thank you. Take care.
See
Have
you,
a great
everyone.
evening. Bye. We are the host, so we're gonna stay till end.
I'm just trying to close the recording right now. So
Sure. Okay, Celine.